getting some real on how the conquering the arena. A lot of different kind of many has been thinking maybe these guys will be, and perhaps that will be a little some pivot.
Yeah, and the format is going to be first place. You're going to get all the way down to a single point. Get that, terrible eighth top four. So it's all about being
the moment that you have been able to finish, your chances of score tomorrow is going to. Meanwhile, if you were to drop a bit for that one round, 4 rounds for them to try to for that top 4 spot. So, of course, only top fans. So, hopefully, their favor.
It's interesting that you became a player yourself, and I know that yet some of the play. Only been one player, Boshi, been able to kind of whip that one out. So it's a lot of these players have actually been. So how did they kind of deal that one? They might go a different direction.
Yeah, and I think it's looking at such a greatly high rolling. They're going to be looking at 30,000, and of course the champion walks 7,000 in total, but a winner in the top 16. A bare minimum of looking to at least get guests to be invited. I think like that is what they're.
And actually, when I first saw the prize pool, it was like $1 million, Thai baht. Oh no, it's Thai baht. So 1,000 USD isn't a sizable journeys that you get if you end up being at stake on this one. Not only that, somewhat new, you definitely want to make it there. I think will speak volumes.
Absolutely agree with Spatula. I mean, look, out of all game, you get to split the prize pool, get that big chunk of cash to actually be grinding. Many players have part to look at the finest moments throughout the course, and of course for the grand final, also get to see how that Star Garden situation have been looking to cook up the rise of heavyweights from time to even Kabuko carry for interesting to see on kind of odds that they will get.
Realize that is that potential strategy for them. But it's one of those you just take what the enemy did conventional, but it's gonna be strong because
Sometimes you just gotta play a little bit on how this lobby is gonna be. I'm tempted is also going to be able to walk away by just these like 1, 2, 3 costs are pretty much the essentials of all these other passage of playing solo. So rather interesting or not, we're expecting these guys very bored, so to speak. So very first one as we got and ready for game 1.
Players are underway. We're kind of seeing the facial expressions of them going in. Obviously, a little live. This is not something that you do all the time. Spatula. So going into this one, I think this is an entire 7 out of 8 of these players are from Singaporean is going to be there. So something to take note of, especially right here.
Oh yeah, discussion. Oh, what really happened to? Well, there teams out there at least in the top 30 of to be testing for the top. It's just so difficult. All these players struggle hit the kind of units that they really. I mean, sometimes that does affect them. It seems like a very sound sharp here just to try to. There we go. Our first awkward. It seems like there is for aura farming that could very both plays him cook up that or for Chada. He's gonna be starting your caps so you could just he's already got in his hand, so he's got an idea of what he should most likely to not the product opt for some heavy balls. So that's pretty much the idea that he's having where he could just AP on that nozzle part.
True. You're kind of seeing just like the makeup for anyone that could really be of comp or one another. Both most of the people have been picking these, so it's been an interesting kind of players are looking to go. Obviously,
yeah, I mean, economy, right? Like the more win streaks that go, and now that Boom Haze that could easily allow EXP per round, and it's a good way to guarantee hit those really.
yeah, I like Boom. I like the fact that he does play the starter, mech, the prodigy. He likes to jump at what is open. He was also SOT number 1. So this is a guy that again has been able to bad luck, and I understand that luck is part. You're making very good decisions. Be top 16, top 8. I am not a good GS player because
I mean, like sometimes you know, oh, I got a loser on the and then like, yeah, like there's this kind of micro they make or break, sort of overall. And looking at Mr. Zero, he's probably looking for kind of setup because he has to get his hands onto a rod to farm with potential. A sniper or back line with gold with a golden head touch for the moment. So he's just kind of see for the moment. Oh, there's. Are we looking at again? Oh, okay. Not yet.
Potentially there, but I mean the loot still so early, right? Taking 2 damage to not the worst thing in the world. So it's that's going to be the most important thing. Again, how about you walk me through? You're like, hey, I want to lock in the crystal, or is this something that you kind of force feed?
To see like a swing so early, stage 2, prophecy, something that can guarantee you. So all you really But of course, we go around. We've already had a little there out there. I wonder back to December. I think he's off to
start to kind of go in. But I mean, Caesar, he is like a 3-win streak right now. Great as 100, but he's making a mad dash and outdueled by Eggy as he goes.
that was it's still pretty early. They'd love to just part that they could get. Oh, GP became very interesting for Boomay. Let's set up this not gang fighting. This probably gonna be joined under the online.
Yeah, already on a bit of a big power spike. Boom, 2-win streak already. He wants up against Ashley's, who's just like really cool here.
Oh yeah, we could actually survive the province from Mecca. That's blind as well, and you can see. So Ashley is gonna just affect those a bit too. Not too much of a cost, relatively early the damage numbers. So at the very least, they actually see some of all these players. He actually took that off arm, sitting out there with a 4-2 spike.
Huge on that one. I mean, the farming is what, a 2-star 5 until 4-3. So it's just an investment that you made. It might not be great, but ready where you don't really have to. You're looking to balance out the HP as the early one, but you have a huge things even more in your favor for 3 months.
All I think is definitely for a game that just really well, but how much hits are you to get here? Because your future investment that will have other boards that will be protector set up with the sorcerers as well into either Star Garden later or potentially even maybe don't really find too many of those on board. So we'll have to see how for Iggy, but overall, maintaining his health bars relatively just stick with the setup for a little long. Wants to look for that Zaya, but speaking of scores, up one setup gives him an instant either one cost or 2 costs or really want to go for right here.
He's on the bottom right now. He's got that 5 streak already, which is not a great heavyweight like lineup lose streak, but at some point you call yourself out of that because you're very low. 3-1 is not great.
Oh yeah, him to also look for some, and he's already on the we go. Oh, okay, they got him up there. Probably put some damage on the happy. Trying to continue this, maybe take off a few units, demise on the gold.
I mean, he's level 4 right now. Definitely far behind. He's definitely been 3 with those 3 items. Still in a decent spot, but it's going to be 3. Probably not going to survive here.
Oh, there we go. He just relax a little bit, get a little bit of those losses until he's just about time for him to get to our stage tree. All these interesting options. There's a hero Ackman that is going to be take off, but he's still taking it for this current moment. Here's fact that they make is amplify more damage done with Balzar setup that can just ease. That's some really great force. That's it, player. Meanwhile, back to the sim down on the duelist for the meat.
Looks like what was unseen, and basically when an ally Juggernaut has max health shield, getting yourself into that comp of 25 health, I think that's a pretty decent number of heavyweights.
Really strong front line. Definitely want to roll down for a angle eventually. Finally, he's been able to wins as we have this absolutely demolishing. Definitely, he's really looking for a big win streak from here on.
Has literally picked up his much better spot, kind of where you want. Definitely moments where things were a little bit from the bottom at this point, and especially what was the time to start going in, right? The Kale really scales very well late game.
Yeah, I mean, there could be the potential to a crystal gambit, and you're hoping that event emblems out of the catch out as well. You get a lot of hats on. That's a great win streak. Be able to just get ADAP killing the unit off the board. He won't be very steady. He's slapping all line just to be able to apply, just to be able to just fight for him, just feel fire. Just look at him go, being confident. This is gonna be so players out there to deal with this. It's pretty strong.
Yeah, that Nico is just going to be a major in terms of the damage department. His Ari, the items. But going into this for now, what is Aggie looking second to last here?
Well, an option right there, maybe some either 4 AP or looking for that 6 protect. It's pretty ideal. Even if you don't roll the Nico, you could just guarantee to Guardians to absolutely add right to the table later on. Get a 5 duelist setup back to December, and he's just gonna be a very that he's gonna be able to just tread apart. Meanwhile,
8 and 4-3 something members. You're talking about the backup dancers. It's hit his mark. I mean, yes, 30's a little bit low, but everybody else is kind of teenage B of him or so. So
yeah, I think like he's found that he could just sustain Leeson, but I don't think it fits nicely in a setup. There's a two-star situation as well, but he's going out, so or just basically getting this in. So he's just absolutely he's got that Sorensen's gonna be some max value, but all last up against once more that's been tough though. It's just so difficult.
yeah, very difficult. I think that with 7 Battle Academia, go in with, especially with the Jace Arena to be more the 3-item sense, but Jace is another pivot for the items more than anything else. Interesting going in, considering he's kind of now he needs to itemize and ensure that
Yeah, sure enough, focusing on some of these guys were on 30 health as well, especially P5. So he's only got potentially to make while cooking up that does he get what he needs for him up? What's he gonna be finally two-star to be exact? And there we go, three-star swing. He had to roll it all the way down. Now he could just easily
the Cogma as well. That's a great. It's gonna make the joke that he's gonna be the first one with 0, and I should thought 100 so that he kind of stays more towards the up to it. I think he's gonna do much better than this.
wow. It was one. I mean, he's also got the save every single time. He's just gonna be able to provide shield to forever sustain. This is gonna be a major problem to deal with this situation. I mean, it is absolutely paying off.
I mean, he might have been lucky, but man, when you saw the player just smile on that one, you're like, hey, hard play, and he got rewarded heavily.
Iris high reward. There we go. Where we our current player has the Zyra, has the items. As you can see, he's dead, and he's also looking to reforge. Okay, I believe he'll be slapping that on, but it's still the ball. He's one cost he has is that he's got that bird really pulled up for the meantime, but Black Blood is being roasted down by the 1v1. This is gonna be
Oh my god, it's so close, right? Play out, but eventually he does end up. Wow, they are very low at the spell, just being eliminated at this stage. It was an interesting one. It was like how gold or 5 gold champion. Yes, I'll take as many as I can get.
you could absolutely read out on that one. That 2-star set in the Nickel defensive items. So long as he could just get the Zyra to just fate, so he's bumped on to level 9, hitting 10. Who knows with that 3-star 5 was itself in the top 16.
One Jace away as well from that potential. I mean, it's already 3 slotted. It's close to the BI
big question right now. So getting just about enough items, it's still looking a little bit. It should be able to about enough, perhaps for him to sub damage. So we'll have to see. Oh,
But on that side, just completely owning it. Well, obviously, he's just a magician. If he goes down, you're going to have a bit of a go down, but Jason there makes the heroic.
having an absolute hammer time. I'm just really glad that he's been able to really, I mean, going in his favor. Absolutely. By a tread, I mean, we're looking at also sustaining into 5. Anyone's going to be about, I mean, HP at the moment. So let's have a look at his board. I mean, it really felt like he struck good front line setup. We've already got a player hitting trees, not looking so well. Really, I mean, I don't know about those 1-star units gonna be enough for him to really hold out.
Pretty much. And he doesn't have the gold to kind of play up into some other comps. This is desperation. He was trying to just force. It's going to be interesting. His left side.
Yeah, that's so brittle to be able to shred down that chase, and this might just be a big. He takes out Bulls in this round itself. Word. Unbelievable.
Members were down as well. Mr. Zero again. So, so not great for them. 6 people still in this one. For obviously key, and it's points. So top 4, not the worst thing. Anything else?
Yeah, and this player trying to cook, he could potentially find at the memory tree start, which is why Lara having a really tough time. Now he just really needs to pick his Sante, so using that to really get those, so you get that damage and that now down to the wire. It's gonna last out though.
Yeah, he's just doing a focus. He gets that's going to be, it looks like he's going to be eliminated. That's yet another player down.
Definitely not, but he's done decently though. Reddish, a very respectable round. The 5-4 carousel. There is flying desire with the depth, something to be considered. Actually, I remember there was a so cloud player might be considering that, but he's with an item picked up instead to just juice up its one line.
He also just going in for that last pick. He's got 55 life for him. I think that you have to be feeling very danger where you're taking a minimum of 10 damage of only 13 life. So,
Yep, it is looking right. So just gotta pour stash of gold. You gotta roll it down. The luchadors online that hold up. I mean, it's only on the board right now, and he really impressive start for all the players off.
Close more than anything else. I mean, Caesar 30 to the top four with only three. Look at the guy. He might actually just pass over. The other squads, they need to ensure that they, I think, are pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, AG kind of gave potential top two. He just really take each other out, right? Meanwhile, streaking, so if there's anyone to just be back to December, so five but he's having on this. He's still got an ass on line and he ripped that back line apart. There's another player there.
And it's going to be, again, look, going into this one, December, going in with time in terms of how they, back to December, doesn't really have the name.
Oh man, it's definitely roughing up. I mean, now that an item will be stained, we'll see what product with in that sense. Now the hardwood bit is just so with this heavy. It is so really. I mean, all these other players taking out the front line, and it should really for back to December. If he starts, perhaps that is the to go about. So we'll have to check December once we get to his work. I protect their setup still unable to really capitalize on it. We'll have to plow through this eighth situation right now. Definitely looking daunting.
He's like willing to risk it on all in at least this way. Even if he loses, he's still gonna have like a couple like a thought process, and then he will be going to go all in. That was
very, very close. Neil did not hear maybe a unit. So the problem about that kind of capped it though. So for Yumi to just amplify, so he's just looking to perhaps he doesn't have enough gold to hit level 9 to have a moment. And one that he's only got that one star set on that prodigy. Yeah, all too good. So I think like back to December is Volzegi.
don't want to go all in. I'm understanding that, hey, that one, he's so far from level. You don't really have too many options. I here would take a mirror.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that. To even reach out to that Nico, he just gets stronger and stronger. And Power Force getting out. He might be able to survive and yet just by the brink of it.
Yeah, that was actually huge for him. Back to just realizing that he's that probably the weakest that you want to avoid, but see in terms of this matchup, so rolls all of his gold out. He hits level.
It's in that cannon just to supreme cell, so perhaps that director so that he might be able to least rounds. As for Roman, Iggy, he's still paid for the meantime. He goes to just get everything goes. He wins out this one. Hope to lock in that his monkey better
Right there. We have those three items. God, this is not going to be easy for him. And it looks like it's going to come down to, and it looks like the heal from the Darius is getting low himself. Eventually
wow. Look at this little situation. But hey, the key with this Nico, he found that Aquaman so early. Some of these players, they go for Aquaman, but I think it was an action, especially not being the it's working so well. Is there going to be any avenue that he finally lands that case on to survive the round?
Yeah, but he needs to start winning and winning now. Eggy has that full 50 if he wants. He has plenty of HP to just dig deep if he needs to. So must win for back to December.
And on top of it, you have to see if eventually find a way to really want to get those and have that on the trade with Shred. And seems like that's gonna lose a chunk of health, stabilizes, and now and still
Anyone's game.
in. And with the Braum with the steroids, that's going to be able to perhaps buy some time. Ideally, you want to fling that Nico out of the matchup, but to even bring her down to that health bar is going to be so daunting. But got the twist of fate in the right direction, looking to see if he can just hold out, but the front line from Iggy is just a little too much. Now down to the Nico.
Yeah, I think Back to December is going to be just happy with this one. I mean, just taking it to Iggy on this one. But that leads in, right? You were talking about the fact that it's, you know, the 3 items, it's best in slot at this point. It's pretty much everything that you could want. So they're trading blow for blow. Now it's going to be up for Iggy. How does he respond after taking that L?
Well, it's pretty tough because right at this moment, I really feel like he's pretty capped out. Iggy now has got not many choices left on the tank. So he's just rolling it down, hoping he could find something in return. There is a rise on the store, but he does not have the gold anymore. So, second place, better than, of course, sitting dead last in that sense. So, at least he walks away with bare minimum 7 points. If he somehow turns it around, then it will be a very big clutch up against Back to December.
Yeah, this is stage 7-2 right now. They're going to take this middle of 17, so this is going to be it. So, everything, who's going to win on this one?
Back to December. I mean, look at him just melting through everybody out there. But I could be wrong. This might just be it. Oh, there we go. Back to December wins out our first round.
Congratulations to him. I mean, that was very close, and being able to do it from second place, things did not look great at times, but just enough. The right little, dare I say, items and finding the right moments just to kind of get in, because he was kind of trading blows. It was looking very precarious for him, but he was able to pull out the W.
Wow, it was such a beautiful game played out by him. Look at him being so calm and collected. Yep, time to just rehydrate, because that was a very, very sweaty lobby that we've been able to witness here gloriously in this Golden Spatula Open tournament. So, wow, if that was game one, I can't wait to see what's in store for us in game two, because we've seen so many variations with the Nico, and then we also have the caught more throw that didn't work out for Mr. Zero in that sense. But hey, a lot of grand ideas are at play here in the top 16.
A lot of great ideas, and just being, I mean, it seems like some of those strategies would hit a bit too late, so timing is obviously key. Trying to keep that tempo up while just sustaining and staying alive, difficult, right? Especially when you have this gauntlet. And if we're looking at the players going all the way in, back to December is going to be earning that 9 points, Eggy with 7, and all the way down to Pickup, who only got a single point, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be looking to bounce back in game 2.
Yeah, and to me, like, what was the biggest breaking point for Back to December was really hitting those Zyra backline, and the moment that he got his hands on that Lee Sin 2-star, and he's already rolling with that 6-duet setup from the get-go, right? That was just a big pivotal point that he's been able to turn the tides around, where everybody else struggled up against Iggy. I mean, Iggy did so well from the early game all the way towards the tail end, where he knows that he couldn't really do too much about his board in that situation. But overall, I thought that the Battle Academy board would have actually performed a little bit better for the side of Blume. Look at him go. I mean, he's got like that Jace as well as Caitlyn setup, but even so, he couldn't really find, ideally, an artifact item in those Augment rounds. So here we have our post-match score on the block, and Back to December is currently taking the lead.
Yeah, currently taking the lead. I mean, he did it with all those 2-stars. That was something to take note of. I mean, you know, Eggy had all those 3-stars, and things were looking potentially good, but you curtailed towards the end. You kind of get outclassed in that one. But Back to December, well-deserved win, great moves in the end, and it's all about those micro details. Again, making good decisions is going to put you in a great spot, and he deserved that win there.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of, running on Gambit from time to time. Like, you get the cap a little bit higher out there. So, high risk, high reward. I mean, if you're playing amongst the very best, you kind of have to take those big risks in these kind of circumstances. So, that was round one. Now that some of these players get the kind of idea of, oh, these guys are going for these kind of setups, perhaps they're going to be looking for alternatives as well. I mean, plan B might just be them trying to set up 5 projects or something like that, because that's something that was played out in the top 16. We don't really get to see it all too much here. I mean, it's also a very costly kind of setup, so I really want to see how they actually pull through if anyone were to be thinking about going for alternatives that were not displayed here in round one.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest thing, where it seems like players came in with a set strategy. It seemed like they were almost like trying to force something in the end. But it seems like they were not really able to pivot as quickly as they wanted to. But it's going to be interesting seeing how they kind of bounce back. You've already played a game now that you've seen some of these players and what they like to pick up. I think that there's going to be a lot of intel going into game 2 here.
Definitely, and I think like the augments also play a very big role on how it really transpires for what they're supposed to go for. Just hopefully they don't really get contested. I mean, they gotta start spying or just scouting on to other players' boards before they actually choose their augments, which can be a little bit risky if you were maybe a couple of seconds too late, and then sometimes like you just end up having a hive mind like, oh, these two guys, they're playing soul fighters, then what do you do? Like, are you guys going to race for Gwen? Are you going to race for Samira? They got to also think wisely about who they really want to make as their carry in that sense. So, of course, round one was really spicy. We get to see a race to the finish line. I mean, it went down to the wire with it. It could be either Back to December or, of course, Iggy to really take it out. But overall, if you have a bunch of, like, 2-cost 5-star units, most likely than not, you will be able to at least do a lot in the late game skirmishes. So that being said, maybe we're going to be looking at more 5-star kind of boards if they could absolutely afford it.
Yeah, if they can afford it, right? Just survive long enough, get yourself, stable, line up so that you're not getting run over, and give yourself a chance. It's not easy to get to those late games to ensure that you get those 5 gold champs. It's going to be interesting how the other players really shift into. Like, are they going to look to just kind of counter that, go race themselves in terms of economy? There's a lot of questions that could potentially have going into game 2.
That's right. And of course, I believe we'll be taking a short break. And when we do come back, we'll bring you into our second match here in the Golden Spatula KO Coliseum. I am double. I mean, it was just exhilarating on how things went through for some of all these players. And, back to December, he definitely had a plan for the long term and to really bring it back, finding those Lee Sin 2, finding the Zara 2 as well in order to clutch it out. That was absolutely intense. I mean, I'm hoping to see more games as such. I mean, overall, we want to see these players really pull the best possible boards out there. I'm still hoping that maybe throughout the top 16 run, either one of these games, we're hoping to see maybe a 3-star 5-coster somewhere down the line. So we'll have to just wait for them to really cook up a storm here in the GSOT. And now that these players have been able to at least lock in their first score, back to December, Iggy, they feel maybe a little comfortable sitting on 9 points as well as 7 points respectively in that manner. I'm wondering, how do you come back if you were like Mr. Zero, who did end up taking the L rather early, despite him actually hitting that beautiful 3-star swing and Kotmal? It was a little tough to really bear through some of all these stuff that he's dealing up against. So we shall see, because there's endless possibilities. Because with 2 rounds to go, you get 2 more wins, you're good to go. I mean, for back to December and Iggy, they just need maybe another top 4. They should be set in for the grand finals.
Yeah, it's a tale of two cities in that sense, right? The top guys can't be overconfident, just being like, oh, I got this one. I'm definitely in the top 4. You do not want to be in that situation. If you're on the bottom, you don't want to be so worried that you don't play your game. You need to stick to the strategy that worked and that got you into the top 16. You need to continue on with that. Not worry too much about it. Yeah, you might have had a bad game like Mr. Zero did, unfortunately, in that first game, but I'm expecting him to bounce back. His strategy was just a little too late for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and here we go. We're already locked and loaded for game 2 once more, and we want to see what do they actually secure in the early game. We're looking at pretty similar setup with that potential of a low-cost board for the meantime. I mean, usually when you start off the game, you just really want to take maybe certain value units. I think that kill is definitely rising in popularity as well on how easily you could potentially hit that 3-star. So we saw how, back to December pulled through with that one. So hoping to see maybe other players to give him a little bit of contest, make his life a little miserable.
Yeah. I mean, that's a feels bad man, especially if you're both fighting for the same units. Kale is definitely one of those. You were talking about it might being the meta. It definitely has a lot of play, right? I think the Kale reroll has been quite good, and you kind of saw the power of it in the last one. It kind of fell off in the end just because he wasn't able to kind of keep up. He sacrificed a little too much in the early game, but we're going to go into the first augment of the game here.
It's going to be silver augments on the board, so either you take something that is great for utility, or I see a bunch of hero augments. He's considering that school yard time, and that is going to be that power-up for the Garen to just become a giant in this round itself. So perhaps if anyone's looking for that Battle Academy setup, that will be a very, very good top for Securans, because all you really want to do with this Battle Academia kind of setting is just roll it down and looking to hit all these kind of units. We're also seeing the cannon augment as well, so I think we're in for an absolute treat this time around.
Yeah, it looked like Mr. Zero going with eye for an eye. Every 15 allies that die, you get a random component, so you get for 3. So looking for that itemization more than anything else. It could be an interesting strategy by Mr. Zero here.
Oh yeah, and of course, losing a couple of rounds, get a couple of items. It's perfect for a potential Crystal Gambit kind of setup as well. we're also looking at potential for something kind of strategy for inside the season. I gotta double confirm this. I mean, there's a lot of all these options that does have, you know, the guy with the helmet on, so I gotta make sure my list.
Like, yeah, like, dare I say, like 20% have a helmet in some degree in the image. So I totally feel your pain on that one. Not the easiest thing. We do need the click in to kind of see exactly what it is. But going into this one, okay, a little bit different here. Caesar 32 actually started strong in game 1. Starting off on the losing end on this one, taking 6 damage on that one. Starting on the bottom in game 2.
Ooh, and I guess he's just gonna be looking to consider for a blue streak for the moment, and I think like playing blue streak is somewhat safe because a lot of all these other players have this kind of mindset like, oh, we can actually just go for a win streak, ensure that we have one of the strongest board in the early game. So by doing so, you could just basically save up a lot of econ. You don't really have to spend all too much, and there is potentially a consideration for certain teams to also look for, I don't know, crew units out there. I'm seeing for his Boomhay picking up a couple of silver, but most likely not. You just really want to look to 2-star it, maybe to eventually stabilize. There is a Nor on the board, which we're not seeing him pick up as well, so perhaps he's still doubling down on Battle Academy since, you know, there's just so many of all these options aplenty. I mean, ideally you want that Garen to be up online much more early, so the 2-star Garen could really set him very comfortably in these early rounds.
Yeah, and also slamming on items on that Garen as well, giving the power snack with that 100 push-ups. I mean, the damage reduction is going to be great. He's going to be annoying to deal with, especially early, right? It's going to be kind of formidable, but hitting that 2-star, 3-star Garen, and then you're talking, I think that they're going to be in a great spot then.
That's right, and we're seeing a very early modest touch coming in with that Diego already picked up so quickly to set up this 4 Soul Fathers. We're going to look at a very straightforward kind of approach coming out of Caesar, and perhaps this could be the play. I mean, last round we didn't really get to see that 8 Soul Fighter really coming to fruition, but at least it was a decent finish from Caesar. Last I recall, he did end up 5th to 6th position, so perhaps he can actually get those units early, or maybe stumble upon a Spatula that could just easily set him up for that 8th Soul Fighter. That would be good for him to go.
Oh, that'd be amazing if he's able to get that one. I mean, just that would really change things in his favor. Give themselves a chance going into this one. But picking up the bow to kind of start things off. But throughout, it's just like a mad dash. Mr. Zero, though, wants that armor to kind of ensure that he gets that. But Mr. Zero, like, he's doing a much better job in this game, especially early.
Oh yeah, perhaps like he's really switching with his approach. He was looking for those kind of early losses last round, and it kind of cost him a little too much because he had to just roll it down to 0 just to hit his target of acquiring those Cosmos. But hey, it seems like he's settling in just fine for the moment. Very early to actually get any form of confirmation onto whether if these players will fully commit, but more often than not, when you see 4 Soul Fathers, this is just going to be a very straightforward approach. But as for this Tectonic Titan approach as well, I mean, I think there was a consideration one of the players did receive a potential pickup on that augment. It seems like back to December, he's just going to go stock standard. You have that sniper over backline, and the PvP not like to really hold out, so he doesn't have to worry all too much for sustain and just get some easy, comfortable streak going from here on out.
Yeah, and also back to December, one interesting thing is he's picked up the Kale as well. This is more just to deny. He understands what some of the other players are looking to do. Taking away any, Kales from the pool is going to make things a little bit more tough for them. So a very smart play, and it's just minimal cost. It's just a single gold, so you might as well commit for it and just kind of, slow the enemy teams down as much as possible.
Yeah, and there's also potential where the reason why he's also picking up so many of all these savers is that he's probably thinking about a 6 sniper kind of setup, which is rather rare to actually see in competitions. I mean, maybe out of the many players, you probably see like 1 out of like maybe 3 games ratio. So you ideally want to hit those high costers and make that Varus as your main carry in the late game. For now, you just basically settle down for any kind of front line that you can work with. For now, Ashley, though, already had hit that 2-star kill with only 1 weaker full. But that should suffice, but you go with the cannon that's absolutely amped up, and the more you cast, the more stuns go on the block. So pick up. He's going to be able to eventually land the blow to deny Ashley and win.
Yeah, it's all about those items right there with pickup. I mean, it was the last one, but that's all pretty much all you need to do that damage in the end. So I think that they're going to be happy with this one. But Mr. Zero winning out on another one. He's got a 4-win streak, very different game. I think he's changed it up and been like, hey, taking those early losses, not great. And I was trying to play a high-risk, high-reward sort of comp. Didn't really pay off. Let's play a little bit more standard, get those W's on our side, and build this econ.
Yeah, I see a juicy Kisane sitting on one of the guys' shop right there. So you could consider a full Wraith setup as well, or ideally just 4 Wraith will just suffice for a moment. As for our cannon reroll com, you just stop on that 50 gold. Eventually, you roll it down to start it, run a couple of protectors, and then you can also consider a secondary carryover backline. It is a rather strong kind of consideration for him to also go that Supreme Cell route. So we'll have to see what else would they actually cook. For now, back to December, I think like he's got this great sense of planning out for, you know, the long term. And the fact that he actually picked up a couple of little cannon, I wonder if he actually holds it out till the tail end just to deny the cannons that's in the pool.
No, plus it's a great idea, right? Not only you deny, but you need that protector. You have 3 snipers on the back line. You need somebody to stand up in front. Having more protectors, great idea. Just to kind of, it synergizes well. It makes sense, especially early, and you can potentially pivot if you need to.
Overall, I think
like just build that econ right now with what
you
you've got.
Definitely gonna be able to hold. Yeah. Overall, I think like Malphite 2 is definitely going to be able to pull out very, very well, since the more items you slap on that Malphite, he's just going to be so beefy compared to so many other units. But he's dealing with the Fury, though, and it seems like this Soul Fighter board isn't going to be having that power spike just yet, so he's got to take that L, but it's not too concerning for Caesar. I mean, Q1 is still minimal damage for the meantime, which is something that he could sustain with, as he's holding on to that 30 gold. Now, our Augment round, this is going to be that big breaking point. Ooh,
Portal Forge. Okay, I'm a huge fan of that. Looks like he's looks like they're going to go that with Boom Hair on that one. So he's got some items potentially going in. This is going to be an interesting Augment round. I think that just kind of see exactly where they end up going, because there's still a lot of potential in terms of like where you want to shift into. Nobody's really committed at this stage.
Yes,
into
indeed.
A specific
he secures a Prowless Claw on the Garen. Oh boy, he's absolutely cooking something that we don't really get to see in many instances, but I like where this one's going. So the moment that this guy hits that 3-star Garen, everybody will fear for their lives, because that back line for anyone's board is going to be non-existent.
Just so everybody's aware, the Prowler's Claws, after killing a target, you shed negative effects and dash the furthest target away within 4 hexes. Next 2 critical attacks deal 60% bonus critical strike, so you're doing even more. This is not only a tanky dude, but he's also able to do a lot of damage. And as you're seeing, he's fighting 1 versus 3. He might actually survive.
Push me.
Oh boy. Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, just look at how he's just grinning right now. I mean, he's just so lucky to really hit this Augment. Now that you not only have to worry about this Garen being such a beefy monster, now that he's going to be getting that backline access, for teams to counter this, they got to consider maybe parking 1 or 2 of these frontliners all the way to the back just to lure it out.
Yeah, and also he has double strike, right, from the power snack. So, like, this is a very, very scary frontliner. They could do some potential damage. But again, not everyone, I mean, yeah, you're going to do your scouting, but to be able to see exactly just on the fly, and all the teams are going to be worried, right? They do not want to match up against him.
Yeah, I mean, they have no other option. It's down to the luck of the draw. 1 out of 7 chances, of course, including themselves, in the lobby. But so far, back to December, he's just stockpiling gold. I mean, he's got a reigning gold as his Augment as well. So we got replication. So the next kind of items that he gets from Carousel is going to be duplicated, so to speak. So we're just looking at teams really preparing themselves for that mid to late game for the moment. So we'll see Pickup. He's been losing quite a significant amount of health. This Nart so far farming some couple of all these gold throughout the rounds. Will be able to sustain. Oh, thank goodness for that early slap on the green Zeus. Wait, that's actually a cannon. I kind of missed the mark on that. I mean, both of them are tiny little Yordle, so to speak.
Pickup right there, just barely eking that one out. Huge for him. But Mr. Zero, very different game. And this is why you have to play 3 games to see exactly where you stand in terms of that top 4, because he's on a 7-game win streak. He's been doing very well, getting that econ going, and his lineup is looking to be very strong as well. So Mr. Zero, something to worry about as we get into the mid-game now.
Oh, yeah. Overall, I think, like, out of the many pickups here, the Spatula for Caesar, he was running that soul butter kind of composition. So perhaps he could eventually look to just pump those level up, get all the 8 soul fighters into the block, and if he could just find maybe another BS sword, that could easily get him to that soul fighter 8 of a kind of mission where he do that soul fighter 8 of a kind of mission where he needs to outrightiously win out 10 rounds in a row, and then he will be unstoppable. So we'll see if Caesar can accomplish that, though, because
just a little bit of ways, but he's getting there. But Boomhair right here, he's got that Garen. Look at, he's actually trying to protect. He's just trying to let him get to the back line as much as possible, but he's taking a decent amount of damage. He should be able to be kind of out-sustaining this. He's getting very low. He gets picked off, and it looks like Pickup has made the unthinkable happen, and he gets the W off of Boomhair.
Well, you can say it's unthinkable. This cannon is already 3-starred, so we gotta wait until this Garen also hits 3 stars as well, so that we have a level hero Augment kind of battle between the two of them. But for now, it is the Garen that takes the loss for the meantime. So Boomhair, he is definitely investing onto this kind of roll down where now that he got 61 gold, he's got to consider, does he go? There's a high chance that he might not hit the mark, and he's just going to bleed out even more.
Yeah, he's definitely going to beat him more. But Caesar here, Caesar 32, going for the Star Guardian. We were like kind of prepping it up. We're hyping it up, definitely in the pre-game, kind of going in. A lot of these players like that composition, but it looks like Caesar 32. This is like one of the furthest Star Guardian comps that I've seen come along. It seems like all the other teams have really been denying it as much as possible.
Try our best to avoid all these hotly contested compositions. And for the fact of the matter that he hits that early things is just giving him so much value. I mean, he's already got 2 on the prep, and this Spatula is just going to be sitting around the bench. I guess I got it wrong. Caesar, he did consider, I think, at one point running that Soul Fighter, or I mistaken it for another player. We'll have to actually wait and see on how he actually utilizes that spat in a sense, because turning it into a Star Guardian spat emblem is gonna give you even more bonus stats provided into what he could potentially accomplish in the long run.
Yeah. But, I mean, he's only got 4 Star Guardians. Obviously, that late game, if he's able to hit those marks, I think that would be absolutely amazing for him and just kind of turn that one up to, like, literally 11. But, again, it's still kind of up in the air. I think he's kind of keeping it open because he's really, again, this is just 3-7.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it is still pretty flexible for a majority of all the players out there. Meanwhile, of course, when you're running that cannon, you're looking for protectors, and protectors. So ideally, you also want to 3-star that Jada as well, just to further amplify the output. You keep the front line sustaining. Ooh, that's a bunch of Jarvans. And just like that, in 4-1, this roll down is doing so much value to Ashley's.
I mean, he's going all in on this one. He wants to ensure that he gets it. He's kind of mid-tier. Like, he's got 69 nice health points, so he's in a decent spot in that regard. But now he's kind of just looking to roll down everything and get his guys higher level as possible. He has a secondary 2-star Kale waiting in the wings, so the potential is definitely there.
Yeah, this conversion into the late Crystal Gambit is a very, very bold call from Ashley, but when you're pretty much this locked in and you've got other boards that are so strong right now, this is definitely a Gambit that is still very possible with 70 HP, so you kind of want to double down twice in order to maximize his value. So he's just going to take some losses, which he knows the rest of the boards, they're looking rather strong, so he should be able to at least secure quite a little amount of points. 54 in that round itself is great for Ashley.
Yeah, great, but not great that the Kales are being contested on his own end. He wanted to kind of go with that one. And we were talking about how, hey, it seems like a lot of these players really like the Kale. And now they need to be careful because it's the luck of the draw of who gets those. And now that we're higher levels, we're looking at level 8. It's going to be very difficult to hit those level 1s. The 1 gold champs, that is Kale.
Oh, yeah, and we got ourselves that prismatic Ottoman as well. We see a couple of all these item Ottomans being picked up, and we got Belt Overdrive as well. Where do we have, like, 6 belts provided? This guy goes for 6 swords instead. Like, it's basically defense versus offense at this point for some of these guys. But hey, I'm seeing this kind of angle where he really wants to beef up that front line, maybe consider a form of setup where you just really want to prioritize that Poppy, and instead, you know, slap all of this Warmox onto the Leona. That is definitely a surefire way to really get things going for the Star Guardian guard.
I mean, it's looking very good. That's going to be a tough one here. The Leona is going to be super tough, and it provides a lot for the Jinx, who's just free firing in that bottom right corner as well. I mean, it's a difficult way to kind of, even if you position on that flank, it's tough to get onto that Jinx.
That's right, and like overall, this just ensures that he will be able to stabilize just enough for him to eventually hit those kind of Star Guardian setups that we've been talking about for half of the rounds. But it's still not quite enough to tick down this Malzahar, though.
I mean, you're coming at Mr. Zero. He's the top dog on this one, right? What are you going to expect? But, I mean, Caesar 32, I think, is going to be largely happy with it. I mean, when you're taking an L in that situation, you obviously don't want to be there. But he continues the lose streak, which is kind of helpful for him, right? So I think in the end, it's not the worst thing in the world. Dare I say, it's like a small win for him in this situation.
Wow, look at this double down. He actually sells out that Leona in order to secure himself that Kisande too, which will buy even more time. I mean, he's got a second life when he goes all out, so I kind of like the grand idea now. It really amplifies what he could potentially bring to the table, so things are looking relatively healthy from here on.
Yeah, also, it just proves that, you know, Caesar right there is a ruthless dictator of a player in the sense that, like, Leona, how dare you die? And he just sells him immediately, goes for the Kasate.
Boots him off.
Yeah. We're done.
Well, sounds like my past relationship.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. We don't have to go too much into that one, but I'm sure you bounce back, and I'm sure you're in a much better spot as is, so it's all good. I expect to see you in the top 4 as well.
If I happen to be in tournaments, that is. But you know what I'm running. I might just either go first or 8 with those Crystal Gambits. So I'm not liking my odds, so to speak, in such a grueling tournament, especially like in this lobby consisting of majority high master tier players into top 5 challengers even throughout what we have in the top 16. I mean, we're looking at this carousel round to be pretty much item-oriented. We don't really see any 5 costers to appear, so they just gotta settle down for whatever they could get. Iggy, he got the belt. Pickup goes for the Nictron belt as well. So a lot more defensive setup for the top 2 at the moment.
Yeah, and actually right now, I mean, 4-5 at this point, this is where things get a little dicey, right? Especially if you're on the bottom. Caesar 32, really no room to kind of maneuver around. You got to start spending your gold. Give yourself the best opportunity here, because it looks like if you're looking at the top, Eggy, Pickup, Mr. Zero, all of those guys, nobody really wants to face them now.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, overall, this Crystal Gambit is still cooking. We're looking at 36 points of a stash for the moment, but ideally, you really want to land your hands on that Ash. If he finally finds it, though, I mean, it's just that he's not stopping those items onto the Ash because he's still looking to lose streak until it is time for him to eventually bring out the big guns later on. So, for the moment, he does just about enough, but he's also dealing with Caesar. He does not really have his board, but he's definitely thankful that it is a Kisande with all these beefy items on the box, so he should still be going 7 for that loss. There goes the all out. And is that kill so strong? Nah, he's still gonna take that L. Perfect. He got an 80-point setup, so he might consider casting out early now that he's losing a lot of health.
Yeah, I think that you got to start thinking about that, right? It's kind of scary at this point. Yeah, you want to lose, but how much more HP can you really are you willing to risk at this point? Like if you were in his shoes, so to speak, Ashley's, like at what point what HP are you kind of like, this is a little worrying, especially at this stage, 4-6?
Yeah, when you're playing Gambit, like, you ideally want to look for a cash out if you're going to be sub 40 health bars. I mean, overall, you want to ideally hit that 2-star Ash as well, just to ensure that you can shred all these frontline targets as well as to really fully stabilize. So I guess he's a little far from that point for a minute, but this Garen is already 3-star, and he's looking to reach out to that cannon, but he's well protected though, and it could not peel through, but he finally takes him down.
Look at how much damage he's doing. He's just like soloing that entire back line, and this Garen is a problem. They do not have any answers for this one, and Boomhair needs to be, I'm pretty sure he's very happy with the turn of events, riding on this monster that is this Garen.
Yeah, I absolutely love the kind of ideation that he had. I mean, especially landing on himself that artifact just holds so much more value, where even the usual schoolyard justice have been so difficult to deal with for most of all these other typical boards that you see in ranked, but he actually amplifies it to another different level. You pointed out that he was holding on to first strike, so the more you cast, the more health bars, the more you sustain, the more maximum health. It just makes matters worse. I mean, he's absolutely set for that late game.
Yeah, absolutely set. I mean, the 3-star was like the one moment. That was like the only piece, but now everyone else, I mean, you have that frontline damage dealer. It's about the backline as well, ensuring that somebody else can kind of help clear things, because he's just going to clear a path and he's going to take everything. So you have, you just need the damage to continue on with that.
Oh, yeah. And now we're also looking at Pickup trying to hit level 8. He finally does so. He does have the Akali now being parked over the bench, so he just needs one more unit to hit that 2-star, and then it just solidifies this current setup of that 4 Supreme Cells with a bunch of protectors. So perhaps he's also looking to contest for a couple of Casantes down the road.
He's got 5 protectors. He doesn't hit that threshold of that 6. It's kind of like that in-between area. And yes, he's fishing, but he's very low on gold. I mean, it's all about going all in at this point, trying to get lucky.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Not even close. I mean, this Garen, we've talked about it so much. I mean, this is the reason why this is considered like an S-tier augment when it comes down to the bunch of like super augments that you could potentially get. And there we go. The first player booted out, as this Garen is just way too strong for anyone to handle for the meantime.
All right, we don't actually boot out anybody, just to be clear. He gets to stick around, but it is a sad moment considering you have to watch being the first guy out, because they're like, hey, can I go to the bathroom? They're like, no, brother, we need to finish the game, and then you may leave. He's like, but no, but I'm out. It's like, no, you gotta wait here, all right? So season 32 is a feels bad man moment.
It really is. And now it seems like there wasn't much of a great item choice, but instead of the usual best in slot kind of setup for an Ashe, which ideally needs the cleanse to continuously hit, it seems like he's only settling down for higher damage ratios in order to still have that kill slapping over onto the weaker side of the board. So Pickup is going to have that right side absolutely obliterated, and somehow this is just a stabilized Crystal Gambit that pays off eventually.
Yeah, it's actually starting to pay off. Plus, the Kale was doing some serious work. But, in the very end, in the corner, and yes, it's just barely enough to survive here. That would have been very, very bad. Ashley, look at that, how much life he has. He's got to be so worried at this point, because you do not want to get knocked out 7.
Oh, yeah. And now, down to the wire. Is he going to be able to eventually hit what he wants? I mean, he's a little far off from Tree starting that kill. And he does have that Twisted Fate. Yone sitting around. He's considering whether he pick up that Twisted Fate, though. Yes, he does. But what does he actually take out? Okay, he sells it off instead, and he's looking to eventually keep that 5 Crystal Gambit. Usually when you want to consider, switching things out, you might want to opt for 3 Crystal Gambit just so that it could cash out, but he doesn't really have much of a choice because if you run 5 Crystal Gambit, there's also that potential amount of like takedowns that you get for you to get extra loots, and I think he's banking on that 5 Crystal.
Yeah, I think that you got, I mean, he's got 108 waiting in the wings, and this is going to be tough. I mean, he's already got a 5-loss streak. It looks like this will eventually fall, but Mr. Zero was on the very bottom, right? Like, in the sense of HP, you needed to have made a move. He was doing well in the early game, but decided to kind of shift gears a bit going into the Crystal Gambit himself. But now you're in a must-win situation.
Yeah, he's just really got to maximize everything that he do round after round. So, back to December. He will be able to secure himself pretty much a pretty solid item overall. So, that being said, the Hand of Justice give them a little bit more sustainable front line. Gotta check his board once again to double confirm what he's going to be slapping on. I mean, potentially with the Luchador that he does have as well, it might just be looking out for that Braum to be able to sustain a little bit more. Okay. There's going to be that Lee Sin sitting around the bench as well, but he doesn't have that econ. That's problematic so far for those sitting at the bottom.
Yeah, Mr. Zero right there. I mean, he got the Ash if anything, but at what cost? This is 5-5 right now. He cashed out. This is pretty much all in for Mr. Zero. Like, barely surviving with 9 HP. This is going to be a scary round for him here.
Indeed it is. And we'll have to see if he survives the brunt of the round. Now, with pretty much a solidified front line as well as heavy hitting backliners, I think like the 6-2 setup should be able to just counter the front line with ease, despite having that double gargoyles picked up. He's bleeding out a little too hard. Is he gonna survive though?
Like you have not earned victory this day.
But there's only one round for him to play this out.
Yeah, I mean, pickup is so low. Back to December is also very low. I mean, mind you, Back to December was the one who won first a game. He definitely needs to go higher than in that one. But Mr. Zero is out, and unfortunately, he's in 6th place.
Oh, my. Well, perhaps there's still a potential if he could win out the final round up next. So, well, we won't really want to count anyone out for the meantime, unless if they have got double 8s in a row, then their chances are relatively slim. Then it makes it so that it is a must-win on the round 3. So now going back to the Protector route pickup, I guess like the problem about this current setup is that you could not really find too many of those Nico units, and relatively that item slap over on Akali hasn't really paid off too much because he ran out of items. He was fitting it all the way to his backline, so this cannon kind of is pretty much capped at the moment.
Yeah, not having a great time. Pick up right there. I mean, had the Janna, which is all the way in the back, but met Garen, who actually does fall. Boomhair is in a bad spot, as it looks like is he able to kind of survive. It's 3-on-1 at this point, and it looks like he will be eliminated as well.
Oh, it was a relatively close call. Unfortunately, I mean, the target prioritization over on the cannon kind of messed with his chance to actually win out that round. If those damage were to only spread out over in front line, then maybe there was that chance for him to last maybe one more round. But hey, close enough to a top 4 finish. Now we finally locked in our top 4. And now moving to stage 6, back to December, as well as Boomhair might actually run the risk of dropping out on the next one.
Yeah, back to December, though. I think he's got to be super happy. Things were looking like, oh, is he going to be 6th place? And he's just barely hanging on, somehow surviving with all of these. Boomhair has that 3-game win streak. So, again, trying to keep the econ going with only like 20 or so gold. Not the easiest situation. But Chada and Eggy, both of these guys have done quite well this game. Eggy proving to be very, very consistent with his play.
Yeah, overall, this kind of solidifies their standings for 2 rounds in a row, because landing in the top 4 right now really maximize the odds for them to hit right into the grand finals. Now, he's going to be swapping a couple of all these units around, now bringing in the Serpent to play. We'll see whether if there's going to be any form of value. He's considering one of the options. All 80 items and a Sunfire Cape. I guess he's got to go for something that's pretty neutral. So, Hand of Justice, just to give maybe a little crit chance towards that Varus. Does it work well though? Does have such a strong setup with that 3 snipers at back.
Yeah, look at Garen though. I mean, just keep your eyes on him. Wherever he goes, death follows as he just like finds targets, finds the back line, and then takes out all your damage. So Garen is going to survive yet again, just riding this 3-star Garen to basically top 4 guaranteed, but like maybe to the top of this game here.
Oh man, like this Garen might be locked in for that #1 spot as well. Boomhay now currently sits on the streak. Even with this high class board that these guys are running, it doesn't seem like they've got any kind of anti-heal to also deal with this current situation. And can you burst down that Garen in the nick of time? I mean, I want to look at the health bars. I mean, these bars are almost non-existent. It's like a heavy chunk right now that I don't even want to consider calculating.
They have so much. I mean, the composition, the 7 Battle Academia, plus you have like the minimal comps with everything else. Like the 2 snipers in the back just really helps out. Just kind of fortify what you want to do, because Battle Academia is not the greatest all by itself. You need this little combination, the synergies, but it looks like this is going to be much closer. Whew, he might lose.
Oh boy, it's only down to Caitlyn and he goes down. Oh, he survives though. Oh, that was so hairy of a situation.
And back to December, like the 11 HP, just like the absolute maximum risk that he could take. It looks like he's just barely stabilized, guaranteed himself a top 3 slot already. I mean, he's making such good decisions and being able to bounce back. And if he's able to take another game and he wins out against Eggy yet again, that has got to be so discouraging for him.
Oh yeah, and back to December, if he gets the top 2 position, I think it further confirms it that back to December might just be our first player to lock in the grand finals. I mean, he's just fantastic all around. I mean, he's been playing so flexibly, excuse my English. I mean, Iggy as well. I mean, these two, they've been going neck and neck. Boomhay is definitely in the running, but he gotta find a way to keep that Garen alive.
I mean, easier said than done. I mean, sometimes Garen kind of goes off where he wants to go, but the damage deal is real, right? Eggy is starting to do some work at this point, but the front line is still there. This Cassante is going to be a problem.
Oh yeah, I mean, the front line didn't really last as long as he wanted to be at. He will go down, but of course, that was a great fight nonetheless. And this might just be it. Oh, boom, there's still Boomay. Okay, 6 HP and a dream. Now back to December. Is it gonna be a back-to-back win? Well, let's see.
I mean, he's like first place, second place. I mean, potentially two first places in a row. I mean, that would pretty much guarantee you in, but into top 4. But second place, not the worst spot. I think back to December has to be very happy, very comfortable with how things have played out thus far.
Yeah, I like the fact that he considered picking up that Spirit Visage so that that front line can hold out for a little bit more with that Bastion setup that he has, so that the Garen will be positioned into a deeper spot, and that Leona will be able to at least last a couple seconds longer. But I think the problem about running 7 Battle Academy is that you always want to look for, Yumi's over the back, but it doesn't seem like he's been having those kind of odds at the moment. So now, down to the final draw.
This is going to be very interesting. It's going to be up to this Leona. How does it hold on that flank? Because if it's being focused, he gets taken down. This is a bad spot. Now, Garen, how much damage can he do on the back line as he's taking down all the damage dealers?
Oh, there we go. Only down to 1, and it seems like Boomhair secures it this time around.
Yeah, he does a really good job on this one. Just barely enough. Congratulations, as he's going to take the W on that one. But that one was very close as well, and we saw 2 really close games going down to the final moment. We're going to have to see the points to see exactly where we stand, because there's only 1 more game left. Some of these players are on the bottom. They might have to do something very risky in that final game.
Yeah, top 16, we've got so many beautiful comps, and he lands himself a big fat W with that Spoonguard Justice on that Silver Aqua pickup to really get things going. Boomer, you saw he went in for a lot of risky plays back in round 1, didn't manage to have the kind of result that he wanted, but this sets him up real well. But it's back to December, that actually seems from that, but I think you kind of confirmed that, it was actually Boomhair's Garen that actually won the round. Was it? Yeah. So, yeah.
Going into this, the fact that like Boomhair was able to pull that one out, this is something that we kind of saw him just really bounce back from. He was top 8 of the GSOT, the first one 3 months ago, and just being able to bounce back and ensure that he gets the top slot again has a great chance to be top 8 here as well.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at kind of wins being picked up, I think he definitely had all the right tools running for him. That Sword Overflow just cooks up all the ideal items, not only for the Garen to really come true, but for him to also ensure that Caitlyn's gonna hit so hard from the backline.
Yeah, he was doing so much, right? Constantly. And if we're checking out the leaderboard here to see exactly what happened. Back to December, won the first game, got second place on this one with 7 points. Eggy, pretty decent score himself, 7 and 6. He's going to be in a prime spot as well. But boom, hey, that's a huge jump for him. He jumps into third place with that win, 9 points.
Yeah, and look at this current kind of tie between Ashley as well as Caesar. They do have chances to also pick up a big W over on the final round so that they could look for overtakes. But it requires a couple of all these situations to happen. The current top 4 will have to bow out early. And, it is kind of hard to tell on, what the circumstances may be for this final round. So those couple of slots for third and fourth is currently up in contention. And I think like the top 2, they're locked and loaded.
Yeah, they're locked and loaded. I think at the bottom, whatever strategy that you've tried and what you've tried to draft, it hasn't really worked out. I think that you might have to play something a little bit risky because you need those points. You cannot be on the bottom. You cannot take any sort of risk. But we're going to find out what happens after the break. We'll be right back. Three this point. Who's going to be able to make the top 4 to get into the grand finals where there's, of course, 8 players? This is going to be an interesting one. Contra, your thoughts here?
Yeah, and of course, it's definitely going to be very interesting on how this one plays out because we are having the 5th as well as 6th spot to be contesting for the final 2 potential finishers, where we've got all these consistent effort coming from Back to December as well as Iggy. I think they were locked and loaded. All they have to do is do the bare minimum, right? Like if you land on 6, you land on 5. I think they could still potentially secure themselves that spot into the finals.
Actually, you're talking about like they're guaranteed a slot, and chances are, I mean, mathematically, I think that they're fine. But it's one of those tortoise and hare moments where you're like, yeah, you're kind of fast, but you haven't crossed the finish line. Let's continue to play consistently. Let's be able to do. You're making great decisions already. Why not continue that momentum? Really take it to them at this final game.
Yeah, and of course, this being said, like they really have to craft out all these grand schemes to the best of their abilities because it's now a chance at all these international invitationals or just crash out here in the top 16. I mean, ideally they want to bank in even more of the prize pool as well. So
I mean, if you're on the bottom right now, you gotta be super worried, right? You don't want to be in that situation. I would think that some of these players really decide to kind of, take a little bit more risk, maybe pick up a draft, a comp, some sort of way to kind of change things up, because what they've done thus far hasn't really paid off for some of these players here.
Yeah, and overall, I think like in the early Spatula match, now this is a very interesting start. We are getting a potential Scuttle Puddle opener, which means that there's going to be all these big random drops coming in from the Scuttle Crabs out there that could either give them artifacts, it could give them all these spatulas or even pans. So options are plenty. So what happens here in Scuttle Puddle rounds is that you will expect a very, very high cap board for a majority of the players.
Yeah, and it's all about that. I mean, this is why this game is so dynamic, is that every single game is different. There's a lot of different, things that happen, especially with these like crabs to kind of start things off, plus like the different, the heroes that are available, the champions, excuse me. There's a lot of different ways to play this game, but this is why the game is so dynamic and interesting, because you have to constantly think on your feet.
And I think like that's the beauty of Golden Spatula overall, on how the flexibility of all these compositions that they could potentially craft. And we're starting things off here with Golden Augment. So I saw Ring the Bell. I thought that could have actually been a really good heavyweight reroll, maybe a Darius angle alongside with Jace. But instead, it seems like it's going to be a roll-off. Another Starfall game! And it's, once again, the Back to December special.
Going out with Starfall, you're gaining a Nico, comes one of your, it gets buffed up as well, so there's a lot of potential going into this, but you're kind of committing into the Battle Academia in a way, so it has its downsides as well.
Yeah, and I'm seeing something that I absolutely love as a Crystal Gambit enjoyer, a Crystal Gambit Crest. And in the Scuttle Puddle lobby, it's a very high potential that you will be able to actually hit that. We also do have a Wraith player on the board with the Wraith Augment that has been picked up as well. So a very interesting choice over on to what these teams, all these players could accomplish in this round.
It's interesting, but it also, if the other players are scouting properly, they're going to see this. This could potentially backfire. This is very early to be committing into any sort of comp at this point. So it's going to be interesting seeing exactly what the players do when they do eventually see that.
And I think like there's definitely a lot of all these consideration that is still pretty much a safe call. Like what we're seeing here, coming in from a potential heavyweight double down coming in for Caesar, because this Augment allows you to have great durability as well as sustain for the frontline targets, regenerating health bars every other second in that sense. So that will keep them afloat for now. And we're having pretty much the usual staple start when you go for that Starfall Augment. Back to December already found himself 2 Supercell units, especially having that cannon to also activate that Protector online.
Oh, it also has, Back to December has over 9,000. This is one of my favorite power-ups. The fact that you're getting random permanent stats, and especially at this early stage of 2-2, you're going to consistently build that, especially with that Nico that he's also picked up. Things are looking very gravy for Back to December already.
Yeah, these early rounds doesn't really matter too much so long as he keeps hitting those Protector units eventually and just look to push to level 7. Cap it over there, get some gold, roll it down, and the moment that Nico hits 3-star, things are about to blow up yet again. And speaking of which, there we go, Nico 2-star so early on. Wow. What a start.
Great start. Also, it's... again, we talked about how the players like the Star Guardian. The fact that you can go with that Nico just really kind of really can pay off, right? Especially since you have that over 9,000, you have that augment as well. You have so many different potentials. This is looking very good for Back to December and only down 4 HP.
Ooh, wow. Well, it seems like we're looking at another Star Guardian starter as well. There's just so many variants over on to what these teams are bringing on the table that is very ideal in essence. And I would say everyone's very equally matched here in this Scuttle Puddle round.
Do you think, how many players can go Star Guardian comfortably? You're probably 2, but 3 is when things get a little weird, right?
Yeah, 3 is definitely a no-go. 2, you can still consider, oh, this guy's playing that RE composition. He's rolling at 7. Or if somebody's looking to also go for those kind of high roll, you want to either play for Seraphine as well as potentially full costers like Poppy as well as the Jinx. That could be a couple of all of these variations that we've seen quite a plenty. But yeah, even having a second player, you're going to be having a struggle to even get that Poppy to 2-star. So I think like that's going to be something that all these teams are hoping to avoid.
Yeah. But at the same time, I mean, if you see other players picking them up, and I mean, there's only like 3-star Guardians in some certain comps, and you've got 3 yourself, at what point are you thinking like, hey, they need to pivot off, not me, and just be very stubborn about things?
Yeah, I think like if there's going to be an option for a turret, like if you're so heavily contested, there is a very rare kind of a setup where you actually run the Crystal Gambit Star Guardian. Like, okay, I'm going to be playing around Syndra, and then maybe I will just fit in a Malzahar or even a Yuumi in the back line. And it's a very off-meta kind of play style, but it can kind of work out. That does not really contest with the other Star Guardian players. So it is not the ideal situation still. So I would still say avoid at all costs.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, but you'll have to take what, you know, the game is giving you as well as the other players.
Yeah.
But going back into this one, it looks like Mr. Zero here has his Malphite. Very tough, very difficult, and annoying to deal with, especially since it's like level 2 and just like running amok in that mini.
Oh yeah, and he's also got pretty much a powered up Max Arcana of Malzahar over the back line to easily shred. So he's just going to be able to just farm up those win streak for the moment. Mr. Zero, he definitely have learned his lesson back in round 1. Is like, okay, I'm going to go for wins and wins only.
Yeah, as you should. I think that it's very dangerous. And that's why the Crystal Gambit, you don't see too many players really ride that one out, because no one's like, hey, I really want to go on these loss streaks, right? Like, I don't want to be in that situation. So I think that it's probably a safer way, not the easiest thing to do at times, though.
Yeah, I mean, on his current board, he could also play a little bit more flexible, where he could run the protectors, go for that prodigy route if he doesn't want to double down on Crystal Gambit. He had a couple of all these units, like 5 parked over on the bench, so that he can still make heavy consideration that, oh, do I want to farm up for some economy? Like, because even if you run the prodigy comp, you ideally need a lot of gold to hit level 7, level 8, level 9, and then look for your Yuumis eventually. But this Crystal Gambit route so far is starting to stack up for the side of Eggy. This is going to be his first lot at 2-6. He was unlucky that he did not hit those Crystal Gambit early on.
Yeah, but he's actually decent spot. I mean, yeah, you had a 2-win streak just go away. Now you've got that 1 loss. But the gold, the econ that he's kind of built is kind of okay. And especially since it's still very early, the Crystal Gambit play is definitely a good opportunity for him to make some moves, especially in the mid game.
Yeah, and I think, like, in essence, a lot of all these players of Crystal Gambit think that, oh, I just really gotta lose every single round. Well, it doesn't seem to always be the case where maybe you don't really put that much high power on the first cash out. Yeah, you don't double down. You just, even if you double down and you cash out, it does not hurt you. You maintain that health bar, and then like you look for those bigger cash outs later on, so long as you maintain, you know, your health bars for you to have more units on the board that you can eliminate to also farm those points. So yeah, that is a different variation of playing Crystal Gambit as well for a very late cash out.
Okay. And I think Eggy, I mean, also he's in a great spot himself, right? In the sense that he's second place overall with 13 points. I think he can play something a little bit more risky to just kind of spice things up. But in a great spot. Speaking of another player who's in a great spot, Chada here, 3 snipers on the back line. That Jhin is fully stacked as well.
Ooh, yeah, and he's molding it with Artistic KO, so he's going to be having that supreme one-up damage where you're just fitting that Ginsu, so he can keep on churning out hits after hits, and just look at how quickly he actually shreds that front line. I mean, after all, he did survive with 1 unit, but that's just about as good as it gets since we're still at level 5, level 6 for majority of the boards. Is he going to pump to 7 is going to be the question, or is he going to double down to look for more Jhin units? And now we finally hit into our second offering round.
just starting it off with this one. I mean, Chana has not lost a single one, I think, in a great spot. But I think that you're in a fine spot. You don't need to force things. Try to dig for those Jins as much as possible. But we're seeing some of the players that are actually diving into level 6 already. And 7 on this one by Chana here. He's just got such a huge lead.
Yeah, and overall, I think like he definitely will just be able to just hold for the meantime. He doesn't really have to do anything too drastic with his current board at the meantime. So he's just going to be able to eventually out-econ everybody else now that he's been able to really pile up quite some significant wins. Boomhei is also charting in with a win streak of his own, so I'm looking forward for these two to meet to see who's going to be breaking each other's streak in that sense.
Yeah, it's going to be always one of the more interesting ones when they do get matched up eventually, right? It's going to take some time on this one, but the Mel fight for me, I love this hero as he just goes down. I feel like I called that one out, but it has just the tank, especially early, is so strong.
Yeah, so long as like 2-star, you're pretty much good to go for you to really outlast some of all these other frontliners out there. So for the meantime, he's just gonna use that as a placeholder. Eventually, you land on that Kisante, you can absolutely swap it out. So going back into this Crystal Gambit Star Guardian that I kind of projected as well. So the reason why you go for this setup is that you still have that Sorcerer that also allows you to shred a couple of targets from that Swain as well as Ahri, and it will at least farm you maybe a little bit more points as compared to your traditional 5 Crystal Gambit openers.
And with that 2-loss streak, I think that's he's going to be genuinely okay, I would think. Mr. Zero, on the other hand, someone who's not okay. He's actually the bottom of the standings right now with only 5 points in 8th place, tied with Pickup in that 7th, 8th spot. He needs to make something happen. Top 3 guaranteed to just give himself a chance in this one.
Yeah, he's also running another Gambit run as well, so 2 Crystal Gambit players going up against each other is relatively interesting because when they meet up, somebody's got to break that streak, and if Mr. Zero is the one to win out in that trade, I don't know what he's going to do from that point onwards because his sport does not look too healthy, and for the past couple rounds, it's been some bleak ones for him, so he's got to ensure that if he's going to go for that lose streak, he really has to ensure the round that he meets up with the other Gambit player, he does not want to secure a W on that round.
Yeah, he's got to do it. I mean, I'm sure he's going to like load up on items so that he's not like slamming them in just like anybody right now. Looking for those losses as much as possible. Because again, it's about the late game. You're fine in terms of HP. You have 69. But again, you just got to ride things out just a little bit further. Build up a little bit more that gold.
Ooh. It seems like you called for a cash out.
Yeah, I think
okay. I don't think it brings great value for him to cash out sub 100, so he's only getting item components instead. But it really feels like he doesn't have a choice because he knows that if he meets this Crystal Gambit player, he might not be able to even stack even more, so he's not putting everything to those kind of odds.
Yeah, and Caesar and Pickup right there, both of them were below the potential targets that he would go into this one, so it would have been interesting, right? So maybe you just cash out just to play safe.
Yeah, I kind of like the call as well because like there's still another opportunity you can go for a secondary cash out once more, which Boomhei, honestly, he does not really care if he wins, if he loses all too much. He does get like 66 stash out of his round, and then over onto the next course, he can afford to double down. And maybe with the magnetic removers, he might consider removing some items from the backline. But hey, he's got Ash early. I think like this might just be a call to once again go for cash out, take whatever econ you can. And there's a Janna sitting around. Is he gonna pick it up? Yes, he does.
Yeah, it might as well, right? Janna done quite well in that combination already, so he's going to be fine. He's in a great spot. He's got that Swain as well all the way. Doesn't have the full items just as of yet. The Ahri, though, is completely online.
Oh yeah, I'm absolutely loving what he's really currently going for. So the reason why you slap all those items over on the Ahri and previously win out a lot of those trades is because once you find a Zyra, you can just instantly transfer and even consider selling out that Ahri. You don't really have to commit to that Star Guardian since he's got the emblem. So he can go for that 7 Crystal Gambit setup, that is very, very powerful.
Yeah, if he's able to get that. But again, he's fighting with some other players with Crystal Gambit. This is not going to be an easy one. Obviously, he has a bit of an advantage in terms of just having some of that econ to dig out some of those items or some of those champions that he might need. But he's still a ways away. He's still finding some other Crystal Gambits, getting like the Swain up to level 2 at this point. So he's setting himself up in a decent spot with 75 HP as well.
Yeah, and I really do like that he's been able to, upkeep his health bar so that he can go for a very late lose streak. But the problem about losing over onto stage 4 onwards is that it's like, what, about 13, 15 kind of HP loss around from time to time. Oh my goodness. Do you see what I see? That's a pan that can be converted with a Reforger. He can go for more Crystal Gambit emblems doing so. And imagine if he has 4 emblems, the game is absolutely over. I mean, this guy is going to cook up a storm.
Yeah, if he's able to get that. I mean, great spot there, but Pickup, on the other hand, has a 10-round loss streak right now. Not a great spot for him. He needs to figure it out. We're at stage 4-1 right now. I'm very worried for him. He needs all the points in the world at this stage.
Yeah, he's just doubling down. I mean, the problem right now is that he's running a Prodigy kind of setup with no mage items for that Yuumi. And he's got that Team Slips, so you could consider that. It's definitely a no-go, whose blood it is. But even despite so, I mean, he hit that 2-star Yuumi, but there's just no items for him to sustain. So he's banking on hopes that this Team Slips Bowser can pull something off, but at least he minimizes the damage by taking it down to only 3 units left on the side of Ash.
Not the worst thing in the world. Obviously, he much rather take out, to mitigate as much damage as possible. He's in a world of hurt right now. He needs to find ways to get back in, but he doesn't really have the econ there. And this is why those early game decisions that you make really affect you in the mid to late game. You're just not in a fighting state.
Yeah, not at all. And right now, he is just trying to see if he can just find appropriate items at the very least. So he puts in that double recurve bow, at least getting some great attack speed going on, so that perhaps that Yuumi could put it to decent usage for the meantime. And looking back onto our Gambiters, Mr. Zero, that early cash out only backs him with a sniper backline for the moment. If he could eventually find a Varus, maybe he can hold out, but I don't know. Is it a little far too late for him to still commit to that Gambit?
I think it's at this point. I mean, it's like trying to make something happen when you've spent so much gold. You've been digging, you've been trying to find whatever you can to get yourself back in this one. Hasn't been in a good spot. He's been really struggling to find to stabilize more than anything else, and that's kind of why he's on the bottom right now.
Yeah, I think like it's that risky call for him to commit to that Gambit, not really checking onto the other board where the guy's got an emblem. You know that he's gonna contest you straight up. So yeah, it is just so rough. 3 rounds in a row for Mr. Zero. And seems like there's a lot of pickup of the Cotmon. So that Protector run for the Starfall Nico is definitely going to be set up for success. Now he's just going to slowly roll it down. But pickup is already level 9. Wow. And we're only at 4-3.
Yeah, but look, he's on a 12-round loss streak, right? He's committed everything into this deep down spiral, dare I say. He doesn't really have any room to make any sort of action. If he goes down on this one, I mean, he's going to survive this one, but he has to win almost every round from here on out.
Yeah, and somehow he does have the Encore on a Gwen. So is banking on hopes that this Gwen can shred, and yes, he does! Oh, and it doesn't seem like he can push the back line, and there you go. The first knockout of round 3.
Yeah, somebody needs to pick up his body, huh? No, I'll sort myself out. Yeah, it's crashing out on the 8th spot. Didn't have a great go of things. Tried to play things a little too risky. But again, it was those early game decisions, man. They really affect you in the end, even in life.
Yeah, like you gotta first plan for the long term and not burn off too much gold. I think like certain players, like they just feel a little bit lucky maybe. Like sometimes you might be able to hit those early a 2-star forecast, but even despite so, if you don't have the right items, if you don't have the right front line to be able to hold out, it might still not pay off. So yeah, they really have to put everything into heavy consideration. But I understand that this being round 3, you kind of want to just go double or nothing. So I guess like it's pretty much appropriate in that stance.
yeah, for now. I mean, it's stage 4. You're taking 8 damage. Not the worst thing, unless your name is Mr. Zero. He's going to be target number 1 in terms of just trying to take him out. Everyone else is just like looking to just survive, right? Get yourself in the top 4 for those points and kind of coast by. Maybe you get a little lucky. Just build for the long game. I think that those mid-tier guys are still fine.
Yeah, and what's also really interesting to also look at is Ashley on this Rave Augment as well. So he's doubling down onto this 6 Rave setup, and you can see how powerful it is with that 3-star kill, and does have the static shot to be able to just blow up the front line in a couple of strikes. That's absolutely crazy stuff from that.
But I don't know if they're going to survive on this one. It doesn't look like he's going to do so, and Boomay actually pulls it out. Has enough. Ashley's thought he had it. He was about to celebrate, but just not in the end.
Oh man, like he just got outclassed by that other Flicker Blade over onto the final unit. So yeah, I would dare say, Flicker Blade on a Kog'Maw that's already 3-star. This one's gonna sting anyone that faces him. So back to December, he might just be able to land a big W once more. But Eggy's always trolling him.
Yeah, always just kind of focusing in. I mean, he's level 7 at this point. He's kind of on pace, a little bit behind, but he has this Nico, which is all the way up in front. So difficult to deal with. Has actually gotten that over 9,000. All those stats from the beginning has become an absolute menace.
Yeah, just look at this Kog'Maw go. Like, look at that pew-pew speed as well. Oh, this guy's shooting lasers.
Yeah, it's taking them all down. I mean, all from the back line, completely free damage. They'll happily take that. Plus the Nico surviving on the front line. This is a good balanced comp that's doing some serious damage. 1 and 2 in terms of the team comp, team damage. This is exactly what you want for back to December.
Yeah, I think like what he really needs right now is to fit in a Shojin's Blade over on that Kog'Maw, and then you could just watch him even churn out even more mana per strike. So this 5 Crystal Gambit so far looking super solid for Iggy. I mean, he's maintained his health bar that he's probably able to challenge back to December eventually, especially that he has round 2 on the swing, which makes this front line even more of a menace. It is a very scary thought to really go up against this Crystal Gambit player right now.
I can do this.
A lot of opportunity. Just that Swain is going to become a problem. And you're seeing, I mean, Eggy's kind of done a great job. And dare I say, it's a bit of a rivalry between him and Back to December. They're always in like the top 3, top 4, and constantly on each other's toes, so to speak. And, Eggy with this Crystal Gambit has really shifted things up, just showing just how versatile he is as a player.
Yeah, so far he's been so consistent. He definitely has a very good methodology of how he maintains his economy round after round, and how he achieves that by going something unorthodox as well is just a great sign of, a champion in the making. So we have to see this time, Mr. Zero, he has shifted forwards into this current last Hura of the Star Guardians, but it's only 6 Star Guardians and not solid enough of a front line to deal with this situation. And of course, we thank Mr. Zero for participating. It's been a great top 16 run for him, but I'm afraid his journey ends here.
Unfortunate for Mr. Zero at this point. He's going to be 7th place, only getting 2 points. That's not going to get him enough. And unfortunately, he will not be going to the grand finals. But again, take those L's. You'll learn some lessons. He's going to come back much stronger in the future.
Yeah, and I guess like he's not sitting at 0. I mean, nobody sits at 0 because everybody earns a point at the very least. So yeah, I mean, jokes aside, I think like he definitely has a lot of all these great ideas. It's just that he just couldn't bring it out to light, unfortunately. And we talked about this Scuttle Puddle that really have all these players running for some high cost units. 5 Prodigy already online for Caesar. I think that he might be able to stabilize now that he's already got that 2-star Leona and every purple item to fit in. It's all about how much that backline could do from this point on.
Yeah, the Yuumi though is a great spot though. The front line is looking a little worse for wear, but you got a Leona that's always going to help you out, keeping them alive. And the damage dealing is on point. But this Battle Academia comp is starting to pay off. Looks like they've got the W here on Chada of all people.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful work. I mean, all you really have to focus on right now to solidify any other battle activity units, more Yumis on the block. If you can hit a 2-star Kisante, that is him striking gold right now. Meanwhile, speaking of gold, this guy ran out of cash, but he's looking to double down, looking for ramping rage on that Twisted Fate. So every round that you play Twisted Fate, if he wins the round, he will be able to give you more and more of all these random loots, and that double down on that explosive growth allows him to cap higher compared to everybody else. So he's just waiting to eventually hit level 10, and he should be good to go.
But, I mean, he's got 10 HP. He might be outed right now. Yes, if he's able to survive and continue on, and that is kind of the situation he might be in. Twisted Fate has to stay alive. You need those rounds to continue on. It's not looking good for him, and it looks like Chada is out in 6th.
Oh man, I don't know if you jinxed him or he's just pretty much out of luck to face such a strong board right now. If he had maybe a couple more rounds left in him, he might be able to maybe turn it into Twisted Fate 2 to really hold on to the top 4. But hey, Caesar still ends up top 5, which is a great result after all. But is that sufficient? Because once again, in the top 4, we're seeing familiar faces in the form of Iggy back to December. Boomhey makes the cut. I think we might have actually locked in 3 names into the finals already. Ashley's, is this going to solidify that standing? If Ashley's actually get a top 2 position, who knows? Somebody might be taken out from that top 4 list.
All right, so going into this one, Ashley's was actually 5 points behind Chada. I mean, we already talked about back to December, Iggy and Boomhey already kind of being those guys. But this game is going to be key. How much damage or how many places can Ashley really jump up? Because he was 5 points behind Chada, who was in that elusive 4th position.
Mm-hmm. And 5 points away, which means that Ashley needs to be at least top 3 to make it worth his while. I mean, he's got a really solid board, but Lume has got such a beefy front line. This Crystal Gambit 5 so far having pretty much the best setting for him to just churn everything out. But he's been facing up against Iggy or back to December that's been really locked in on that for a long time. And he's got, you know, damage for days with this Ari, but still not enough to find what he needs to that Ash over the back line, having just about enough to cut right through, but that Zyra's a little too much.
Okay, done the math. I had to whip out my abacus to do this. But Chada actually gains 3 points on this one for being in 6th place, so he's going to be at 14. Ashley's is at 6 currently, so he needs to get 8 points or higher, which means that he must win to get himself into the grand finals. No pressure.
I mean, you got Iggy still sitting on 75 HP. I mean, it's a good thing that Ashley so far has been getting so many wins off the board. So I guess when they're about to beat, perhaps there's an off chance that it will be the one that strikes Iggy's current streak. So we'll have to see back to December versus Iggy right now.
Actually, if Iggy were to win, I think that he hasn't won a single one thus far, but winning this last round would be so much momentum going into the grand finals because he's been very close, but being able to finish on a strong point, I think that would be great for Iggy here.
Yeah, and of course we're playing a climb format in the finals, which means that any player that lands 20 points will have a chance to close it out with only a win. But if they don't achieve the win, that means that the game continues on where other teams could also check in with 20 points and maybe seal the deal. So I think like all these players are also looking for consistency as well on securing those top finishes, which is why I think Iggy is in such a good shape. I mean, he's got
So, and I think that this is going to be great practice for Eggy going into that grand final.
Yeah, I mean, overall, if you're going to be able to something that have December full sense. You must have done something wrong throughout your career.
Element of luck. And
Loaded EXP into level 10. See Iggy having this roll down at level 9 coming in from Sasame. He's got options. I mean, he's been losing rounds that this potentially be his last two stars. Can he actually pick it up? No, he does not. Okay.
Potential to sell your board. But he hit the level 2 Brom. So that's something to take note of. Ashley's looking to buy enough. He needs to survive here more than anything else. Considering he's only got 3 HP.
Yeah, like he needs this hard-line moment. I think he should be able to take the more units out. I'm afraid that it might not be enough, but does actually shred true. And he stays alive.
Very risky. Very able to do it. He cashes out, gets that Ash as well. He's going to be... You're teetering on the edge. A very dangerous situation. Eggy has fallen quite a bit. Ashley has an opportunity.
Sooner. Maybe this forward to amplify what Ash Ash, because look at it right now. Ashley is just parking that Ash nine potential for cost
Ashley's actually got some economy though. 53 gold. Highest in this one. This one is going to be a very well. That Kale is serious work on the back line. Something to take note of. Doing enough. And I think that he will survive. Ashley goes. That was so close.
Man, he got the Madison. Absolutely wild stuff. I mean, that's the beauty of playing Gambit. You just get all these random odds. And take a look at another Spatula. I don't think anyone's going to be having much use of it. There's just no more recipes that they could actually. I mean, 40 cash out unless if the random cash out gives you I don't know a belt. But even so, I think. It's now the two max cap boards will collide. Graves that's been eventually just that power.
Close. For the viewers now. When he
And of course, it could be either or between the two players to make it fun. I think like this is such round, but Chada to miss the margin of getting that more. Now passes play line on Ashley's and Ashley is looking so good right now. Taking round up against Egg.
Serious damage.
Ashley
so
close.
He can feel it. Eggy. He needs one more round. 8 HP. This is pretty much Eggy. Does he survive? Is he able to take the top slot? I mean, for him, it's just bragging. He's guaranteed in the grand finals. But Ashley's fighting for his tournament life right now.
Oh yeah. He starts to go at the same time. And meanwhile, another cash out coming right. He gets another duelist emblem. How many duelists does he have right now? All two. Without that. They potentially still allow to back. Now, see, can kind of take by one round remaining. Team's gloves. Okay, this could be something right now.
Yeah, that could be huge. I mean, just the amount of item swing, that damage, in the back line, just you know, you gotta stay alive. You gotta be able to take those guys. Look how Zach is starting to get loaded up here with those items. This could be potential final match. Eggy doesn't win this one.
Ooh, the cash out was.
Got it. Get close.
Burn this into a stronger sniper in the form of that Jinx. There's no items on this Jinx.
Yeah, no items at all. That's kind of the greatest spot, but pretty much you're out of time. You're out of gold. This is pretty much all in. Does he have enough to take out Eggy and make his way into the grand finals?
And Eggy right now, he's got such a crazy board that is so overwhelming. As Barrett just slides through every one of these units. Another big cash load, but does not matter. It's going to be the bottom round. And it seems like Eggy will be the one to pull through this Lotari. Can she do the board?
And Ashley pulls it out. Eggy was a little upset with that last turn of events, and somehow Ashley gets himself with this last game. He did not. Let me be completely honest. There are 6 points coming into this one, and with that 9 points, that should springboard him into the top board here.
You can see the frustration over onto the other corner. We're talking about the 2 potential finishes. Ashley able to really trade with such an absolute clutch. Oh, this has been the most proud.
Is this is in a must win going up against these Giants.
Lead. Joining our four finals. all of their hard work as well as training actually giving them fruition throughout their effort of their run. I mean, out of all the many odds, you can see that they definitely come in with a great understanding of how they manage their resources, economy, and they're always going for something super flexible. And we've seen even iterations of Star Guardians, Gambits, you name it. Here in Group B, I feel like the stakes are just so high in this very last round.
I mean, this is pretty much it. Like, you win, you might have a chance of sneaking into the top 4. Maxi CV with 12, Rafi Jail, both 13, Boshi 14. Enola has 7 points. So basically, somebody has to falter. You need to almost win out, kind of like what we saw in that first game with Ashley, just sneaking into that 4th slot.
Yeah, and right now, looking at Violet as well, he's having only 55 HP as he's been tanking out a lot of all the damage, and he's only sitting at Bastion Tree at the moment. Probably might want to consider moving into another level up, as he's going to be looking to fit that Kog'Maw in place. Has some really nice slotted items as well to pair it with the Midas Touch to hopefully farm just about enough gold to start getting those rolled down.
Yeah, but yes, he's level 6 at this stage, 3-5, not the greatest spots. He's got 56 gold, he's got a little bit, but if you're looking at the synergy, it's pretty much Bastions, right? I think it's not really like a late game comp that you're going to feel comfortable with. I think that he needs to start kind of looking into others and trying to get into something, because right now he's in a bit of a world of hurt with a three-game losing streak.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult right now for him to eventually have enough resources to go for that massive roll down. I mean, ideally we've seen this being played out before. A lot of attempts over onto securing those Swain Tree, and of course, ideally, your Kog'Maw to be the major carry in the process. At the very least, there's a golden duplicator to kind of ease things out, speed up the process, only for a slight bit. Now, gotta consider, is it gonna go for a cash out right now? Seems like it is going to be the case, as Tiffy, he's still got 90 health, so he can afford to just, you know, get a couple of gold off, get some roll downs going through. Ooh, that's a really nice heavyweight copy that he's got in his hands. So now, let's check it out. This is one interesting board. So we last saw that there is a trainer player with those Bastions, and when you're running this Twilight Assault Shen as a hero augment, you're looking at an Edgelord as well as Bastion setup, so they are kind of contesting each other.
Yeah, definitely contesting here. I mean, but I'm kind of happy with Rafi's over 9,000. I think it's just a great augment to kind of scale up into. Plus, you have that 75 life, so you have quite a bit. You can take some the licks here. It looks like he's, you know, this one will be a difficult one, if anything, to potentially take over. And it looks like it's going to be so close in the end.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that he did not actually kept a couple of items. He made that Hex Tech Gunblade, but didn't have enough to fit in a Ginsu's Rage Blade. Ideally, you really want to get that item online so that this Shen could start shredding some health bars.
Yeah, and if he's able to do that, that would be great for him. But now we're going to go through.
I'm here to win. That's it.
To there is he's only got 13 gold. Not a great spot, especially since he's third to last as well.
Oh yeah, I think like there's still a lot of all these space for Jill to eventually get those scaling up. He's still trying to build into perhaps a stabilized tree or a Zac, but he doesn't exactly have the economy to do so. So he'll be on the reserve for at least another 2 to 3 rounds, so to speak, to see if he could generate a little bit more income. But over here, heavyweights, duelists, a mixed bag of everything. So a very flexible board, as you might just double down on the Supreme Cells as well, picking up that Akali.
Kind of in that level 7-ish area, obviously on the faster side. It looks like they're going to be kind of decent spot. I mean, that's kind of where you want to be. You need to just kind of go with the flow, not be caught left behind, so to speak. So this round is going to be huge for Violet here.
Yeah, and overall, he's still trying to at least get into that 2-star Kog'Maw, and he's only got 1 unit on the board. Looking a little bit concerning, but hey, the front line's doing its massive duty, but I think it's going to be tough, and the close call, that Midas touch, comes in pretty clutch to at least bring him to 50 gold right now. So I think he's going to be able to find those stabilizing points to eventually get things going.
All right, back to the augment. So here we go. I think that this is going to be one of the final ones going into this. So this is going to be because it really sets the tone as like what sort of composition are you going to end up going. If we're checking even the boards, some of them are getting very like long and they're completely spread throughout. And their reason for that is they want to deny as well as take out whatever sort of compositions are available. But they're being greedy in that regard, withholding some of those champions from the other guys.
Yeah, I mean, it gets even crazier. Oh, Zyra at this moment is only 4-2. That's an absolute value to have that in the store. And we're also looking at so many contests, right? Multiple Crystal Gambit players with, of course, chance to eventually go in for the high roll. So they're just trying their level best to generate to maximize their income, and hopefully we get some big cash outs, but one of them is probably gonna break the spree as well. So this is definitely a big point in where we're looking at either one of these teams either players to eventually have a big economy crash because of that early cash out.
Yeah, jail here. I mean, look at this Kale Zac combination. There's 3 items, best in slots as well. They pretty much have everything. They're going for them, and Max is going to take some serious damage on this one. But Jail, again, this is a guy that's you kind of need to look out for. He's been doing very well in this game, in this match throughout. Definitely somebody you need to be careful about.
Yeah, definitely, and for the fact of the matter that he also has a Pandora's a box overall, where he could Pandora's item to just shuffle into those ideal items for him to fit into maybe a forward cost, a frontliner, or even backline carries eventually when he does hit those high level. It's gonna come in pretty handy. We got the red buff, blue buff, Ezreal going on with this Battle Academy 7 setup, so it's still a 1-star Yuumi, so maybe this little kill cap won't hurt too much, but we'll be able to hold out.
Yeah, Yuumi you gotta get somebody in the front line, or let the Yuumi do as much damage as possible. The front line's gonna be key, and it does crumble, and Yuumi will as well, and it looks like it's gonna go another way against Fiolette. Hasn't had the greatest of times in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's been multiple lose streaks already, and now he's only down to 9 gold. I don't know what he could potentially make out of this, and hoping that perhaps in the carousel he'll be able to find a Yuumi, and that could just put him into a better spot. There we go. He might consider going for a tier. What are the better options are there? Realistically, I think this is going to be the best bet, but instead he goes for the Ashe.
Okay. Might have been the items as well. Getting that belt kind of helps out. Maybe you need to just fortify that tank. The front line is going to be key. Obviously, the Ashe is something that you just kind of pick up. It's not going to be the greatest in terms when your front line just crumbles like that. But going into this one, it will be key, especially since, feel that 23 HP, this is pretty much all in at this point.
Yeah, and I don't know whether if he really wants to keep that Ashe because it does not really synergize with his board at this moment. He does find that Yuumi, he does have the duplicator, and there we go. Finally, he gets that activation, but still, look at that front line. It's only a 1-star Rakan, and also, same goes to the Xante. It can buy maybe a couple of seconds, but at least by securing that belt, maybe he might be able to turn into something, but there's just not much that he can do other than this current board that he's feeling.
Yeah, it's not going to feel good here. It's going to be a tough one here, but we're looking at instead Boshi, another player from Singapore here. You have that Leona up front. That's going to be a tough one to kind of crack into. This is going to be a very tight one in the end.
Yeah, and also to see that Boshi is currently being contested because Violet is going to the exact same route. So both Leonas as well as Yumi's are at stake. He's got to buy every single copy that he can see that's available in the store. So right now he needs another Yuumi in order to match up against Violet. I mean, Violet's hanging on the thread, but same goes to Zichi Donglai, who's only got 17 HP. So he's just hoping that if he loses ever in this round, he might just survive with 1 HP.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great to be like, hey, I just want to be at 1. It's like, no, man. I think you want to do a little bit better than that. Keep it going. The miles are going to be, I think, level 3 on this one, especially with that Kale there. But he's only level 7 at 4-6. This is starting to be a little worrying. You're going to start to fall behind. Yes, you have the Zac and the Kale, but can they do all of the heavy lifting for essentially going up against potentially 8 players? He's got lucky. It's only 7 here.
Oh, yeah, and right now, it should be sufficient for 55 to just get that 100 stack right now, and he definitely has to cash out. I don't think he has enough health bars to sustain even more hits to consider another 3 stack on the Gambit run. So we'll see what will he actually gain through this big cash out that he gets. So we're going on to the monster rounds once more, and this is where they will be able to start fortifying whether it's going to be the back line or even the front line. 7-star Guardian now activated, and he's found a Braum as well. Okay, this might just be pretty huge of what he's building right now for Zichi Tongla.
I mean, he's at level 4. I mean, he's going to be very happy with the fact that he has a little bit of breathing space, just the neutrals to kind of deal with, potentially getting one last roll. But I think at 65 gold, you might go all in terms of the roll down to see exactly what you can get. Because, again, you have 0 room for any sort of error at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, that pickup of invested, and he actually cooked how many free rerolls is just giving him so much more value right now. But he's also getting contested by Zichi Online. I mean, he's been switching boards after boards, and this time he's settling for 5-star Guardian, and he's yoinking that 2-star Seraphine. And this might just be it. He has to slam those items right here, right now. Okay, exchanges happening, and he's gonna be putting all this onto that 2-star Seraphine. Hopefully, he'll be able to just put a hole onto the enemy board.
Yeah, Zichi Donglai, though, in last place in terms of points going into this one. He has only 4. Assuming he gets the first place 9 points, that will bring him to 13, which is parity with Jail, Wi-Fi, and Max CCV. And all of these guys are going to get at least a point, Max CCV, potentially. If he gets 8, then Zichi Donglai has a chance to get in the top 4. But it's going to take a world of miracles for things to go his way.
Yeah, it's too bad that that Seraphine cast is a little too late. I don't think that the barriers will be sufficient enough. And there we go. Zichi Donglai, unfortunately, that was the last straw as he settles for 8. Same goes to Inola that did end up on 7th.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, both of those guys are going to be out. Inola had the greatest chance. He was in 5th place, but that pretty much eliminates him from the potential of getting into the grand finals. Violet and Tiffy still have a chance, but they need a lot of help.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they need to really find that big turnaround. If they could potentially find maybe a top 2, top 1 finish, there is a glimmer of hope, but when you take a look at Jill's board right now, I mean, this guy is absolutely stacked up. Okay, let's have a look right now. That kill is still pretty much in effect, and he's been stacking on the deadlier caps. I wonder how much AP is he getting off of this kill already at this moment, as that's about enough damage to only strike a couple of you, but it's not enough, and it seems like this will be a KO that goes through. Absolutely love the Chibi KDA Ari graphics when it pops up.
Yeah, Tiffy there in 6th place, getting knocked out off a 7-game losing streak. Not where you want to go. I mean, it's like, hey, we're going to get all this economy going, but just too little too late at the end. Was trying to roll it down on that one, but not able to kind of overcome. Now it comes back to the 5 remaining. Feel that still, again, has a chance. Need to, Maxi CV is probably the target that you're looking for, considering he was the lowest going in. But Maxi CV is on the top right at the moment.
Well, yeah, I mean, so far, he's definitely feeling very, very comfortable on this current point of time. Whereas we saw a little bit of switch up of power-ups on that raid for what we just witnessed coming from Jill to have body change on that Zac to be a little bit more durable. Speaking of durability, look at this front line with the Kisande. I mean, this guy's humongous.
Yeah, humongous, but you've also got the 7 Battle Academia, the 2 Bastion, the Protectors, Prodigy, like a lot of little synergies that really just make him even beefier and more annoying to deal with. And now Cassante on the back line just going in. He does get felled, but it looks like the team will still win, though.
Yeah, and just like that, they will be able to, of course, eliminate yet another player. Now we're moving into the top 4. I think it's safe to say that these 4 players that we do have in the top 4 is going to be mainly the ones that will be competing in the grand finals. Would you say that, Baller?
Yeah, actually, mathematically, these are the guys. They've already secured themselves into the... I mean, they were Final 4. They were top 4 going into this game. So now that they're in that Final 4, they're guaranteed into the grand finals. Congratulations to them. Now it's about making a statement for going into tomorrow. Who wants to be that top dog?
Yeah, of course, pride is at stake as well. I mean, you kind of want to at least instill the fear upon some of these guys' hearts. It's like, okay, I've tried my best to beat this guy, but I just can't seem to overcome it. And, you know, everyone's just cooking all these high-cost units onto the board, hitting level 9, immediately putting in the Braum. I mean, overall, these guys, it's going to be a fight till the very end.
Fight to the very, very bitter end, dare I say. I mean, the life totals at this stage, only like a 13 HP gap at this point, which is pretty much negligible at this stage. Max CCV is definitely at risk as well. This one is going to be huge for them in terms of just setting the tone, because Boshi was the last place. If he's able to kind of pull this one away, that would be huge for them, and especially since you've got that damage from the backline with Yumi just going ham.
Yeah, and she's been doing just about enough, but this is too beefy of... Well, I say that. Maybe I take that back. 1 HP! That was so close! Boshi now tanking a hit, bringing him down to 27, tying with Wi-Fi. Oh, boy. Caller, man, I don't know what's going on here, but what he needs to do right now is to fit one more K'Sante, but that's hotly contested at the moment.
Yeah, everybody wants a piece of that one. Jail right now with no money whatsoever. I mean, he does have that K'Sante on the side, but he's so far from level 10. And everything else, like, he doesn't really have too many decisions. If anything, it's about the scouting, getting the right positioning on point. But if we're looking at Rafi, he's got 2 Brahms in the backline, looking to protect it.
Yeah, like, a very, very solid setup just to ensure that you have something that could still be able to, of course, get yourself some opening for the Shen to sustain a little bit longer. And you know, this 6th Fashion Edgelord comp is starting to really be burning some holes onto the front line. And what you probably want to consider is to eventually find maybe even more Edgelord unit, or you can even fit those 5 costers in the back.
I think it's starting to work, right? I think as long as you're pulling out victories, I think that you're going to be okay. You don't need to go full ham in terms of just like trying to make a better comp. They've done a great job of protecting that Shen in the backline, but he's doing quite a bit of damage. So he's still in a decent spot, Rafi, that is.
Yeah, and he's just got to ensure that he survives round after round so that over 9,000 stack will just keep empowering that Shen as well. And going back to the support, Jill now needs to perhaps find a lot more of these backline items. I think that he's pretty much well sorted out with so many units in the front, but if he kind of finds something that could either empower that Ashe, that'll be ideal in this situation.
Yeah, but no money, no items. Everything is kind of looking barren. I mean, I think just having Ashe on the on your side isn't the worst thing, but it is kind of empty and it is a little bit lackluster. Oh, but now he's got the item. This could be a potential one. No real good items for the Ashe though.
But I think he could just double down on the Malzahar as well. So Morello could be his consideration, but instead he says, you know what? Just buy more time so that this Malzahar could just burn in every second that he's in play. So going back into Boshi's board, seems like he's having that kill to be a major troublemaker as he's just shredding every single unit out of Boshi.
Oh, look at that. I mean, that Kale was just really starting to do that damage. The AoE as well. It's starting to scale, and you're starting to see exactly just how strong it is. And, I mean, 3 members still standing at this point, but it's looking to go the way of Max in this case.
Yeah, I mean, it's already late game. If you hit level 9 onwards, if you have that final form kill, she's just gonna hit like a truck. So now, down to this top tree, Boshi, of course, settles for 4th, where they're happy enough to be in the grand finals, so he will get his chance for some revenge for tomorrow. Now, Look at the itemization, plenty of all these tank items sorted up. He just needs one more Braum, and it's also beautiful that he's fitted one Gwen at the back so that he could just consistently have those big AoE bursts whenever that Gwen casts.
Yeah, whenever it happens, but no money, right? We've seen it time and time again. Like obviously he wouldn't be digging for it. I mean, everybody's looking to go all in on this one. No one has any sort of money. Everything is like literally on the board at this point. But it's been close. Again, the HPs. This is 11 points away. That's really nothing at the end of the day.
Yeah, not too much that concern. I mean, Jill so far he's been on this massive win streak. Max CCV have at least 40 over gold to try to form something in return. There's no potential for him to try to max it to level 10. So in this round itself, max CCV, he's gonna have to donkey roll it to 0.
Yeah, which is not that much. I mean, they didn't have much to begin with, but Jail here, this is the guy. He's been putting literally everyone in jail, everybody that's going up. This is the moment. This is going to be their final battle trying to go into this, especially since we're in stage 6. We're doing a base of 12 damage. If one survives, I mean, you're looking to be out of this one.
Yeah, he did actually complete that Braum 2 stars, and he's probably looking to fit that JG onto Varus. Not the BIS kind of items that you want, but beggars can't be choosers at this moment. I mean, you're in the top 3, but if you could just squeeze the top 2, add more points to the tally, you get a little bit more of that confidence for tomorrow. And we'll see, can they actually hold out? It seems like that Casante's been doing such a massive duty, and it's looking like he could potentially take out Wi-Fi.
It's going to be, I mean, he's going to be back up, but that Swain now in the back line, Casante turns around. That should be enough, and it looks like Max CCV will survive.
Oh, he's so close. Oh, he does knock him out.
Yeah,
incredible.
Yeah. I mean, Rafi is out in 3rd place. We're down to the last 2, Jail versus Max CCV. Yeah, I think it's as close as we want it.
Yeah, it is as close as it gets. And of course, in the Golden Spatula Open Tournament, you gotta end it with 3 spatulas on that carousel as well. Now, stage is set at 6-5 to end it all. Jill, he still got some excess health. No gold to get that 2-star Seraphine. What does he do now?
Yeah, I mean,
oh no,
it's a feels bad man right at this point. But it's kind of, we're at that stage, right? So I think at the end of the day, yeah, it sucks, but it's all about that positioning. I think that you've got to keep what you have to continue on with this momentum, potentially taking down Jail.
And right now, at least he's fitted a better item on that Varus. Perhaps he will be able to have just about enough attack speed to be able to release more frequent ultimates. So we'll see. This Varus might be onto something.
Yeah, he's actually doing a decent amount from the back line. But that Kale, look at the Kale. Look how much damage is happening. And this is the problem. The Casante even goes down, and it looks like Jail is starting to do it. But the Kale in the very, very end. And I believe Jail is going to pull this one out. He's shaking his head as if he's got it. And it looks like, in fact, he does.
What a magnificent game this is, and Jill turns out victorious as he has been consistently hitting the mark, as we will see him in the grand finals alongside with our top 4. And wow, what a day it has been for all our participants on board, and I would dare say we really truly secured the cream of the crop for the grand finals.
Yeah, actually very impressive seeing all of these guys going in. Boshi, Jail, Rafi, and Max CCV are looking to be the winners out of Group 2. That's exactly how you wanted to play it. And, they were consistent throughout. This is not easy to do, especially against other giants that we've seen, like Fiolette, Tiffy, Inola, Zichi, Donglai. All of these guys are very good, but to continue on and to get that top 4, congratulations to them.
Yeah, we're taking a last look into the current setup that all these players went for. Out of the many boards, I think Wi-Fi was bold enough to go for the Twilight Assault. I think we've seen a lot of variations of 6 faction composition. This is definitely that angle when you secure that Twilight Assault, and that Shen, once you reach this 3-star, you can see that Shred comes through, and to finish top 3, definitely a super respectable run. And of course, that usually you have a couple of options to fit either more echelon units, but because he could not pump maximize his level, I think the best case scenario was really finding that Gwen, which pulls him into the top 3.
Yeah, that would have been great. I mean, getting situation. Top 3, great for them. Obviously, nothing like. I mean, if he got like second or even first, it wouldn't have been like it's just more bragging rights, right? They're still into the grand finals, which is going to be key and setting the tone, right? I think being able to pull that one out like Jail did is got to be a huge confidence boost going into the grand finals, where you have to be, of course, the champion to win this entire tournament with the checkmate format.
Yeah, I really want to bring it back to what you mentioned as well. There were only 3 Singaporean representatives coming into the GSOT top 16, and now we see all of their names actually appear in the grand finals to also challenge some of the best hailing from Thailand. I think it's bound to be epic of what we're going to be witnessing for what's to come for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we went from 50,000 entrants to now 8, and we're going to find out who is going to be the best coming into the grand finals tomorrow. That's going to be an exciting day ahead of us with that, especially with that checkmate format where you have to hit 20 points and then win win one of the games to actually become the champion. And of course, the top 2 are going to be traveling as well. So there's a lot at stake here.
Yeah, everyone wants to get the ticket to Paris as well as China. So hopefully the best one will prevail. So that being said, of course, we definitely want to, of course, thank all of you guys who tuned in. As much as there were a couple of hiccups, you guys persevered through it, and we absolutely appreciate you guys. But be sure to tune in for tomorrow. We will ensure that it'll be a smooth cruise for you guys to be able to witness all the action that we have here in the GSOT. Now, Holler, I've got to ask you this before, of course, we close everything, right? I think we still have a couple of formalities to go through. But what was some of the best sports that was presented to us here in the top 16 that really caught your attention?
I think the bastions in the end was a little bit more surprising. I didn't expect to see too many of those comps. I thought I was going to see more Star Guardians, but it was more of what I didn't see, because it was a situation where a lot of the other players were kind of gearing in and trying to hone in onto the Star Guardian comp, just not able to do it. You have to pivot as much as possible. So seeing as the passions as we did, it wasn't as great. But again, you have to pick up something to fight in these battles.
Yeah, I think like they've definitely showed that, hey, it can work out so long as you have, some of all these creative work to be done to pivot around in order to find the best possible ones to be able to really propel them ahead. My personal favorite has to be that Schoolyard Justice Garen. I mean, of all things that we could potentially get, I mean, we saw the round with so many hero augments, and of course that Garen round together with a prowess claw. I mean, that was so nasty that it gives me shivers. If I were to be in the same lobby, I don't want to mess with that guy.
Yeah, and I mean, just being able to carry that. I mean, it's sometimes it's about being lucky, right? And I think he was on that one and able to get that superhuman monster that was that Garen 3-star, all the artifacts that you want, and perks and everything. It was great, but we'll have to see exactly if they're able to continue on, because you're lucky one day, you might not be so lucky the next. And how do those teams really weather it when they're not doing, or they're not getting as lucky?
Yeah, and of course, tomorrow, one, or should I even say 2, top contestants will be, of course, reaping the big rewards out there. I'm looking forward to see who will be the ones to be, of course, going into the big global rounds. And I'm just absolutely looking forward for it.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of stake. I mean, the top 2 are going to go to Paris, and then also to China as well. And to see exactly who those 2 will be, it's going to be very interesting. You were already talking about the fact that 3 out of the 8 players are from Singapore, while 5 are Thai, and very, very good. They went through a gauntlet, right? There were so many players still left, the top tier, if you will, but in the end, we can only have 8.
Yeah, and I think that's just the nature of every single tournament out there. It's either you win or you learn. I think like that's the beauty of all these great players across the Golden Spatula tournaments that we've been able to witness. Their level of creative just to be able to try very daring comms out there, and and sometimes it pays out. Sometimes it's great that you learn that maybe I got to look for a little bit more of that tempo in that sense. So I think like the reason why we're actually having a little bit of wait is because there's a little bit of an interesting thing going on the points accrued because there could potentially be a tiebreaker hauler. So I guess like this is where we want to figure out who will be moving into the top four, or should I say top 8 for the grand finals. And lo and behold, it's Jill, Boshi, Maxi CV, as well as Wi-Fi to complete our top 8 for the grand finals.
Actually, this is pretty crazy. I mean, the fact that Jail won the last 2, so well-deserved, obviously the top guy, but second, third, and fourth, Boshi, Maxi CV, Wi-Fi, all of them with 19 points in the end. That's how close things were. And look, tomorrow is going to be even crazier. These guys are going to continue on. The rivalry is real.
Indeed it is. Thank goodness this isn't grand finals yet, because I will scratch my head and like, who gets second? Who will get that ticket to Paris? Like, nobody really knows. But thankfully, what's really important that is they secured that top 4 spot, which, they're happy to share those 90 points all together. It would be a different story if it's between Philette, Inola, as well as Tipsy, though.
No, but it looks like that's going to be almost the close of the day. It's a great time. I mean, we went from 16 players and now into the top 8. Who's going to continue on? Who will become the top dog? Or who's going to go to Paris and China? I'm actually very interested to see who will be the top 2.
Yeah, me too. I mean, make sure you guys tune in and be subscribed to all the social media platforms here in Golden Spatula as we bring you the epic finale. 50 over 1,000 signups, and it could only be one crown champion. So we'll see you guys once more tomorrow here in a Golden Spatula Open Tournament.
เอาละค่ะตอนนี้นะคะก็ต้องบอกว่าจบกันไปแล้วนะคะสำหรับการแข่งขันของเรา Golden Spatula Open Tournament นะคะและก็ต้องขอบคุณค่ะนักพากย์ของเรากันด้วยนะคะทั้ง3ท่านเลยตลอดวันนี้ค่ะไม่ว่าจะเป็นเฮียโก้นะคะถุงชาและรวมถึงซันวาวนั่นเองค่ะโอ้สนุกสุดมันมากๆเนาะในการแข่งขันของเราและตอนนี้นะคะย้ำก่อนนะว่าถึงแม้ว่าการแข่งขันของเราจะจบลงแล้วนะคะแต่กิจกรรมในงานนะคะยังไม่จบนะทุกคนอย่าลืมว่าเรามีนัดกันด้วยตอน 6 โมงเย็นนะคะอันนี้ฝากเอาไว้ด้วยเนาะสำหรับกิจกรรมในช่วงส่งท้ายแต่ว่าแน่นอนค่ะการแข่งขันตอนนี้ของเรานะคะจบครบถ้วนในรอบ16 คนกันแล้วเราได้รายชื่อมาอยู่ในมือแล้วนะคะสำหรับ8ท่านที่จะได้ไปต่อในรอบของไฟนอลค่ะเรามาไล่กันเลยดีกว่านะคะสำหรับกลุ่ม A ค่ะ4ท่านที่ได้เข้ารอบไปก่อนนั้นก็จะมีตั้งแต่คุณ Back to December นะคะคุณเอกกี้ค่ะคุณ FS ปุ่มแห่แล้วก็สุดท้ายคือคุณแอชลีย์นะคะนี่คือผู้เข้าแข่งขันจากกลุ่ม A ที่ผ่านไปต่อในไฟนอลและก็สำหรับกลุ่ม B สดร้อนๆเมื่อกี้นี้โอ้โหคะแนนเบียดเสียดกันมากๆนะคะก็ต้องบอกว่ามี4ท่านเช่นกันนะคะก็คือคุณเจลนั่นเองคุณบอชีค่ะคุณแม็กซี่ซีนะคะแล้วก็คุณไรพายนะคะนี่คือรายชื่อทั้งหมด8ท่านนะคะที่เราได้รับมาและก็จะต้องไปเชียร์พวกเขากันต่อในวันพรุ่งนี้ว่าใครที่จะได้เป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ Golden Spatula Open Tournament นั่นเองค่ะต้องขอแสดงความยินดีนะคะสำหรับท็อป 8 ของเรานะคะที่ผ่านเข้าไปสู่ไฟนอลสเตจกันด้วยนะคะแล้วขออนุญาตลาผู้ชมในไลฟ์กันก่อนเลยละกันนะคะขอบคุณมากๆที่อยู่กับพวกเรามาตลอดวันเลยนะคะอยู่คอยเชียร์เป็นกำลังใจให้นักแข่งแล้วก็ทีมงานนักพากย์ของเรานะคะยังไงก็ขอบคุณมากๆพรุ่งนี้นะคะกลับมาเจอกันต่อด้วยนะคะวันนี้ก็ต้องขอลาท่านผู้ชมในไลฟ์กันไปก่อนสวัสดีค่ะ and now we have our top 8 congratulations to all who has won and they will be back tomorrow for the final thank you for all to joining us and see you tomorrow thank you goodbye